Check, check. You plug things in properly. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've already had one run in this morning. We've had some pretty entertaining events this morning. Definitely, we had a little storm that came through last night, and the rain didn't put a whole lot of dampener on. I mean, the first 8th mile here, first 16th mile is slightly damp. No big deal. The rest of the track is in great condition. The trailer that I'm on the other hand, though, the wind was violent and blew this thing off its jack stands and blew it 6 feet. That's pretty interesting. So I had a lot to clean up. So that's one reason why I'm late. Also, SCTA didn't start their first run until 8 o'clock, so they can clean up also. So there's a lot of cones knocked over and signs and whatnot, and I had to try to do my best to fix this trailer to get it into some sort of working order. So here we are live, and as I progress here, I will get the other cameras up and running, and I will have my live computer up here shortly also. Due to the nature of what happened overnight, I am slowly cleaning up and getting us back on track. Bear with me here, and we'll be up to speed in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, enjoy the start line, and I'll be right back.
next record run on course is the Velo Solex motorcycle of Carrie Stephanie. Let's see, vehicle number 6601. It's a 50cc motorcycle on an open class record. Their fastest speed yesterday was 26.655. Please remember that these people pay their entry fees just like you do. And even though they may be slower than you want to see, we are still rooting for them to get their record today.
Good morning. The French team's rider's name is pronounced Stefan instead of Stephanie.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Stefan. And the mile to speed is 26.173. Bike 6601 is turned out and they set their record, so please take that bike to impound and get your record certified.
Oh, don't put that right there. Come over here. Come over here. God damn it, Tim. you reading me?
Mile 2 speed 79.127. And he turned out just before the mile 3 lights. Rider is Wayne Colden. Class record is 152.470. They ran 184.990 yesterday, so they got a really good chance of backing this up today. The mile 2 speed is 178.886. This mile 3 speed is 191.066. Congratulations to Wayne Colden. Take that bike to impound and get your record certified. 144.777. And the mile free speed is 159.016. Bumped up from yesterday, so go ahead and take that car to impound and get your record certified. Congratulations. Morning, Speeweek 2023. Our first qualifying run for the day is going to be car 107, Jacqueline Winter of on 107 is 140.96. Car 4, radio check 10-4.
Radio check sounds good. Car 4.
Next vehicle on course is 1977, the J blown gas Grand Touring of Kurt Leitch. Class record is 100.39.
Wendell, this is Jeff on the CB.
279.08.
What a quick one. Go up to race a gentleman's. Yeah. That's got to be so bitchin', you know, with the cars and then this style of the camera. Just acquired a bunch of Kodak collections. Got two Autographicas, some Kodak 620s, or Retina A. I think that's a 120. Some of them, even if they're close to 120, there's a place out in LA called Freestyle. They do 828. Smaller than 35. And then a lot of yeah. But 20 film,
Speed on motorcycle 105 is 129.861. Car 4510, this is gas modified roadster, the Sol E6, Mike Wagner. Crew for 4510, you may get your roadster.
Thank you.
vehicle on course is motorcycle 155. This is Sushi Y, Tweakers Racing, Atsushi Yasui. Class record is 141.51. Mile speed, 139.257. Congratulations, Tweakers Racing. 142.624, take to impound. Next vehicle on course is 672, the H diesel truck of Salty Frog Racing, D Hawk or Hake, 135 class record. is 112.571.
How we doing?
yesterday when we were talking, I was going to ask, do you have a card or anything? Instagram? The photo book, yeah. Okay, is that what it is? Yeah, my Instagram's Tim Hale. Okay. The photo book? Yeah. That was a cool photo with you. So I used to shoot it. Yeah. Does Douglas Kirkland hear the guy? I got
And I am back, guys. Good morning once again. I did make this announcement this morning. I'll fill you guys in once more for those of you that are showing up a little later. The rather entertaining storm that blew through last night that knocked this trailer off its perch and off its jack stands and drugged the trailer about 6 feet, dug the tongue into the salt. Would not have expected that to happen. We did get a little bit of rain last night, which dampened the track a little bit, but only the first 1/16 of a mile or less was really affected by the water. It's a good thing we didn't try to make a longer course last night, because it would have been efforts gone to waste, really. So we get to continue to race under the conditions that we have, and the track continues to hold up. We moved the course over 1 lane closer to our trailer, so now we're a little bit closer to the action, which is nice. The start line shots, the roving camera will operate a lot better and be happier for that. Took me a little bit of time this morning to get the trailer reconfigured and back to some sort of operating order, and mixed with that, you get little technical issues like Ethernet cables that go bad because they were exposed to salt. And that was one of the battles I had to fight this morning with the timing computer so I could get live times. And that, here we are. So let's get away from that and let's enjoy the rest of the day. Hopefully, knock on wood, everyone, problem-free. And we do have some housework to do that we made promises for SCTA, and one of those is to run a couple of commercials for our guys, so be ready for that. I've got some SCTA housework to do later on today. Currently on the salt, 70 degrees, density altitude is 6,000 feet. Humidity is at about 49% currently, a little wetter than yesterday. Thank goodness. It's, well, I don't know about thank goodness. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. 49% still pretty good. Anyway. We've got some new camera positions this morning. I've got my big camera pointed at the start line rather than down the track. And that's mainly so you can get a different perspective of the start line. On course now is that really cool VW Bug 1061. I'll take a look at the chat a little later and see how you guys are behaving or misbehaving, one or the other. He is using an 1835 VW engine. And this is Ryan Herman behind the controls. This is a gas competition coupe. Class record is 193.720. He did run yesterday. I don't know if this is don't recall if this was a backup run or not from yesterday. We could look at the timing now, I suppose, and find that out, right? Let's see if I can even see my mouse at this point to be able to do that. And first mile speed is 92.486 for car number 1061, currently on course. 1061. So 1061 didn't get a speed on for his first run, probably a turnout. And on his second run, he ran a 131 top speed. Or excuse me, nope, I got that wrong. First run, he didn't get a time. Second run, he got a 92. Let's see how he did on this last run. Looks like a 92.486. Not quite fast enough for that record. On course now, bike number 118. Jeff Erdman behind the controls. Mr. E Racing. Class record is 140.540. That is a 1000cc AVG. So we know that's vintage gas, and A is special construction on the motorcycle. Look at that. I am getting better at the motorcycles. I love this. I feel a lot better. I'm giving more respect to the motorcycle guys. So Chris, I'm taking a look at the chat, see how you guys are doing. Start line is same as yesterday, Chris. Roam over to this 666 Streamliner. Uh-oh, am I missing something cool? 666 Streamliner. I do not see the 666. Oh, there he is. Yes, yes, yes. He's right underneath me. Nebulous Theorem. These guys are cool. You are right. Okay, let's activate that roaming camera now, huh? We're on track today. Let's head on downstairs and say hi to those guys. Salty Frog diesel truck. We'll look at that in a minute for you. And no, we're not putting Slim's audio on this event. The last time we looked at it, it wasn't working last night, so, or yesterday. So no idea there on Slim's audio. Sorry guys, can't help on that one. And Jeff Erdman went through mile 1 at 70.270. Running on a 140 record. He's got a long way to go to get that 140 in 1 mile. Let's see what he does. right, before I go down, one of my favorite little hot rods, the Scandinavian Street Rods out of Orange County, California. Eric Hansen. Class record is 129.410, and that is an inline 4 that they're sporting in that street rod. Sorry, not 1230. It's supposed to be 123. I knew better because I announced these guys at El Mirage all the time. Thought that was a little strange. I always get their belly tanker and their street rod mixed up. All right, through the 2 mile at 100.751 for vehicle 123. That is a Model A Ford with a V4 class engine. That is a blown gas roadster. Got crew chief Eric, crew members Rick, David, and all right, let's get this camera going so we can go down and go check out 666. If I'm not too late. Nope, I'm too late. No, I'm not too late. All right. Okay, two-stroke motorcycle guys, take note of the muffler at the start line. There's a solution to your angry bees. Next car up on course, 1555. Hope you guys enjoyed that tour down in the start line. It's definitely more humid today than it was yesterday. Away we go, 1555 on course now. That is Almond Sykes and Murray. That is Sykes behind the controls. Class record is 212.670. Let me shut up for a minute. That engine sounds great. Oh man, I hope you guys enjoyed the audio on that one. Judging by the bars that I see, I think you were able to hear that all the way down. That was great. They went through mile 1 at 174.429. 174.429 through mile 1. They're running on a 212 class record. That looks definitely obtainable. Let's see what it does. Oh, and through the second mile at 189.805, just shy of the 212 record for car 1555. And that is a C American Iron Roadster. All right, let's check up on you guys in chat and see what you guys are saying. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your little walk around down in the start line. Oh, I see a lot of text going on here. What do we got going on? If I haven't said hi, I hello to all this morning. Good morning and welcome. I see some names from from the past few days. Appreciate you guys tuning in once more for day number 3. Once again, this is day number 3 of the 75th anniversary of Speeedweeks, hosted by Southern California Timing Association, Bonneville Nationals Incorporated. The official website is scta-bni.org. The major sponsors for this event consist of White Knuckler Brand. Hey, I got that right today. Speedway Motors, Speedway Motors Museum, Goodyear Racing, Speed Demon, ARP, Good Guys, Safety Clean, the American Hot Rod Foundation, VP Racing, Crower, and Performance Plus. Go to their websites, visit them, buy something, send them an email thanking them for their support of Speedweek. Without their support, this race wouldn't happen. Without their help, this event. On course now, diesel truck number 1919, Baker Hollow Endeavors, with Tom behind the controls. Record is 151.720 as he's rolling coal down course. And that is bike number 691. I hope you enjoyed the sound of that Harley. That is Daniel behind the controls, 1000cc Harley Davidson. And first mile is 114.873, and the second mile is 115.768. And there goes our little sidecar bike, our Calendar Brigade member, Ian Arnold, 100cc sidecar vintage gas. Hey, I did that without even looking at the book. Bike number 4220. This is going to take a minute. He's hugging, literally hugging the left side of the course, grabbing for gears and opening his jacket up for speed. Although I don't think you might want to do that because I think the wind is coming down course. Actually, not much wind right now. Let's look at that. So temperature right now is 73 degrees. Humidity is 46%. And currently density altitude is 6,200 feet. And the winds are coming out of the southwest, which is over my back at 3 miles an hour. So yeah, if he did open up his jacket, he'd gain about 3 miles an hour. In theory. Anybody have an hourglass I can borrow on this run? Actually, you know, this is Bonneville. It's going to definitely be a calendar. Let's flip those pages. Yes, the French Solex did run earlier this morning. I think they were first or second, actually, onto the course this morning. I wonder if I can dig that out of the stats here. Might be hard. I don't recall what the bike number was, so nah. If I knew what the bike number was, I could do that. Oh, and I forgot to mention the class record on this 100cc bike is 36.740. Not quite fast enough to get a speeding ticket on that record. 911 did not come. Yep, didn't see 911. Although I saw a couple of the crew guys from the 911 helping out some other teams. That was kind of cool to see. Got me all excited. Thought they were here, and then turns out they showed up to help others. And today we've changed up the cameras a little bit, camera situation just a little bit. I've put a small camera on the down course, and I've got my big camera on the trailer pointed towards the start line on one side, and another camera pointed on the start line from the other side. So you get both perspectives. Because yesterday, I was noticing that we were getting a little bit of blockage on vehicles and other stuff. So let's double up our efforts here on the start line. See how that turns out. Yeah, the DA, that's really interesting. You know, what are the average temperatures generally in September? You know, does that has a lot to do with that density altitude, as a lot of you tuners know. You know, the thing I'm interested in is what's our elevation here? That's something that I don't know, and I should know because I landed here. How about we consult the Oracle and see if I can't get that information? Bike number 4220 through mile 2 at 36.186. Not quite to that, not quite to the 36.740 record. Just off of it. Let's hope for mile 3 if he doesn't turn out. Oh man, just tenths of a mile an hour shy of the 36-mile-an-hour record. Yeah, he turned out after mile 2. Oh, he's going to be so disappointed. It's right there. He's just within reach. Maybe if he went to the bathroom before he went on this run, maybe, just maybe, he could have got that record. Now, bike number 98. These are the Japanese guys. This is at Sushi Yasui. This is the guys out of Tokyo, Japan. Bike number 98 running on a 133.600 record. It's a 1350cc motorcycle. That is MVF. So modified vintage fuel. Tweakers Racing is the name of the team. So to answer you guys, oh, here we go. Bike number 98 through mile 2 at 91.981 and mile 3 at 119.048, not quite to the 133-mile-an-hour record. And field elevation here is 4,000 feet, basically. To be exact, it's 4,236 feet. So it would have to be awfully cold. Well, no, standard temperature would be 70 degrees. So that's the only time that you would have a 4,000-foot DA is when you're at standard temperature. If you start getting below that, then you start getting negative DA. But currently, right now, the density altitude is 6,700 feet. Well, Jerry Lentz, yeah, that 911, I would agree. Although I really do love them when they fire up at El Mirage. They, man, just gets in the soul and makes me smile from ear to ear. Speed for 1939, let me look that up for you. And a speed for 1939, which was that XO vintage gas coupe, was mile 2 was 115.024, and mile 3 was 119.978 for vehicle number 1939. On course now is sounding amazing. I'm going to shut up for a second. All right, enough of that. On course now is 6501. That is a D engine gas touring, half nuts racing with James Watcher behind the controls. Class record is 235.270. And 2 mile speed is 151.336. Car number 6501. They're sporting a 302 cubic inch Chevrolet, and that is a 1991 ZR1 screaming down course with James behind the controls. Crew chief is Jamie, and crew member is Ray. And through the third mile at 171.096, running on a 235 class record. Well, that's good to know, Project Hot Rod. Appreciate that. That's awesome. That means I need to bring a jacket for World of Speed.
Algae. But don't get me started on that.
There's too many letters now.
It is what you are. Don't push it on.
Yeah. That's the way I've always been about it. As soon as you start trying to force things on, you're gonna pop.
Catch up a little bit. Bike number 91. Another Tweakers Racing entry. Mile 2 speed of 103.665 and mile 2, mile 2, 103.665. This is a 1000cc production push rod. Well, PV, hold on. Production vintage. There we go. Production vintage. And the class record is 104.290. He turned out after mile 2 and just shy of the 104 class record.
Don't do that next time.
On course now, vehicle 687. That is a F engine, C fuel classic fuel altered coupe. Vehicle number 687, roaring on the course. Running on a class record of 174.750 with Barry Hoffman behind the controls. They come to us from British Columbia, Canada, sporting their 61 Ford Ranchero, using an inline Nissan 6-cylinder, 181 cubic inch 6-cylinder. A little bit of that Japanese horsepower, pushing some American iron. And through the second mile at 109.112, 109.112 through the second mile for vehicle 687. See what he does to mile 3. There's a lot of speed to make up in 1 mile for that 174 record. Through mile 3 at 126.417. 126.417 through the third mile for truck number 687. And if I didn't say it, 126.417 for vehicle 687. I think next up we're going to send a long wheelbase car, DRM Racing. I think that's car 44. Oh yeah, I'm going to shut up for this one after they fire up so you guys get to hear the glory that is of big horsepower. Man, Puts shivers in my spine to see a long wheelbase car. I can't wait to hear this thing fire up and run. And this is a blown fuel Lakester, guys. Just a heads up. I think after this guy runs, if they get a good run, Speed Demon might put their car back together and stick it on the track. We'll see. I bet you they're paying attention with bated breath, that's for sure. Speak over all of that because I'm sure all you guys wanted to hear big block fuel. Oh, yes. All right, that is car. Ooh, I'm getting the whiff of nitro now, guys. Yum. That is all the nitro. All right, through the second mile, 195.996. Here we go, waiting for the third mile. Class record is 306.250. Let's see what they do. Through the third mile at 212.776. Not quite enough left. That was a tune-up run I just heard. Okay, not bad. Not bad, guys, for a tune-up run. And that is a 430 cubic inch Chrysler V8 in that blown fuel Lakester. You got Fred Dannenfelser as the crew chief, and you got Caden, Mark, and Pete Prentice all on that crew there. And Pete Prentice, fastest man on the lake bed at El Mirage, 312 miles an hour. I'm not going to let anyone forget that one until they decide that they want to go after that record at El Mirage. Primary driver, KC Polk. Got to mention that, guys. Absolutely. Ooh, I hope they bring that thing back and open it up. I would really love to see that car run again. I'm sure all of you guys would too. That was just a tune-up pass. See if there's enough time in the day for them to come back around. There's a lot of cars lined up this morning still. A lot of good cars still lined up this morning. Yeah, Mark, that would be correct. 3 miles of timed course. So we basically went started out at mile 0, and then we moved the start line up to mile 0 to mile 1, and that wasn't going to work. So we moved the start line from mile 1 up to mile 3. So if you look at the PDF that's posted on SCTA's website on the chart on the course layout, we're at the 3 mile mark, which is now the 0 mile mark. All right, next up we're going to send bike number 368. This is a Hot Rod Hoodlums motorcycle. Says that Alp is behind the controls, but I'm not sure I believe that. Well, judging by the leathers, I think that is Alp. I didn't think he was going to be here. At least that's what I thought I saw on a Facebook post. Well, the internet, you know, is always full of truthful information. Hot Rod Hoodlums, ooh, he's running that bike on fuel. I can get a nice little whiff of nitromethane. If any of you guys are familiar with radio control cars, kind of has that that smell to it, like he's got a little bit of oil mixed in with it, with his fuel, or maybe methanol or something. Interesting. And that is Hot Rod Hoodlums running on a 167.540 record, and it's a 1750 or 17. It is a 750 cc APF. And that equates to special construction, pushrod fuel. You motorcycle guys already knew that. Through mile 2 at 144.095. 144.095 on mile 2. Let's see what he does through the 3. Does he have anything more in that bike to get that 167? Go, baby, go. He's still running. I can hear him down there. Oh, so close. 163.162. Running on a 167.540 record. So friggin' close. Man. I don't have any info in my book here which tells me that that was a late entry. So maybe he showed up at last minute. Maybe he had second thoughts and said, hey, I can't stay home. This is Bonneville. This is Speeedweek. Can't miss this. Come on. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Here we go, guys. Nebulous Theorem is going for a run, baby. This is Nebulous Theorem 2, not to be mistaken with 3. Costello Hoogerhide. And this is an electroliner. Someone yesterday asked about an electric vehicle. Well, here we go. We have your answer right here. They've decided to run the electric vehicle down the salt. It's really nice to be right on the start line again. Feeling like a redheaded stepchild being off in the North 40. Now I'm right on top of the action. It's great to be able to watch. And if I had better control over this other camera, I would tilt it over for you guys to see. Let's see how the way he goes. That was a rough start, not because the vehicle did anything wrong. It was just little ruts here at the start line. Way he goes. There's no engine. If you're hearing nothing, that's because it's electric. Favoring the left side of the course, and there is no record for the class he's going for, and the class is number 2, EVS, which I'm going to assume is Electric Vehicle Streamliner. And number 2, I'm trying to think if that's a motor type or if that's a battery type. I haven't wrapped my head around how they're dividing up the electric vehicles. I'm going to throw a political opinion out there. Whoever thought of these designations for the electric vehicle, I really feel like it's going the wrong direction. And hear me out on this when I say this. The vehicle is the vehicle, right? That's a streamliner. Why can't it be just the type of motor under Streamliner? Why does it have to be its own weird electric designation? Through the second mile at 146.314, an electric Streamliner. Let's see if he goes to the 3. Wow, he goes to the 3, 219.580. That is the fastest electric vehicle on Bonneville Speedweek this week. 219.580. He's got to back that up. Great job, Jim Hoogerhide. Let's see how they do on a backup run. That is a qualifying run. I guess after making my entertaining comments, I should probably look at the chat now and see what everyone else is saying. E2 is a weight class. Oh, that's interesting. So weight of vehicle on the Streamliner. Huh. Why does weight have anything to do with it? Why can't we just have a Streamliner and just give it an engine? Engine designation, right? I mean, every motor designation, every motor has a particular kV rating, right? Some motors produce 2,000 RPM per volt, right? Why don't we just base it off that? Why do we have to come up with these weird, I don't know, whatever. I'm done. I'm not. I don't want to be political. I don't think that's political, but I mean, I just question the designation. Why? Why can't we just throw it in Streamliner? Because one day we're going to get to the point where, well, maybe one day we'll get to the point where an electric Streamliner could potentially be faster than a gas Streamliner, depending on where the technology goes. Ah, there we go. Adopted by the FIA. They're the ones I should be questioning. That's interesting. I still question the designation. My questioning of those designations still stands. I scratch my head, and I'm sure someone with a much higher education than me in that area can give me a really good reason why it's a thing. All right, next up is we have a B engine and a blown gas rear modified roadster, Bryant Racing, with Dan behind the controls. Class record is 227.520, and that is car number 8031. I'm going to shut up a minute and let you listen. Right, that's awesome. I hope you guys were able to hear that. Bryant Racing comes out of Redding, California. And Ron, they don't rate other gas classes by horsepower and kilowatt. Yeah, I agree. It's displacement, right? And displacement, in my viewpoint, equates to a kV rating, which again, you apply 1 volt to a particular motor, and it produces a certain RPM. So you have an idea, in theory, if you put 10 volts at a motor, you get, and it's a 2000 kV motor, you're going to get an RPM rating. So I still go back to that. So you start out with your designation of kV motor, which equates to your displacement of a gas engine, and throw it in a streamliner. Battery doesn't matter. Now, if you want to have some fun, you change the battery out to being a fuel type, right? Your battery happens to be lithium ion, then you are in, I don't know, 2000 kV lithium polymer fuel, or excuse me, lithium polymer streamliner, right? There's your class. It's something to me that would make more sense than what the FAI does. But again, this is all for fun conversation. I'm not saying I'm right, wrong, or indifferent. I just think it's a really interesting conversation that no one has talked about, potentially. Here we go, Derek McLeish, on away he goes. One of my favorite gear grinder racers, favoring the left side of the course. This is an I engine. This is a blown fuel competition coupe, and that is a motorcycle engine that's running on a chain front wheel drive, if you believe that. Class record is 156.620 with Derek McLeish behind the controls. And if you don't know Derek, he brings like 7 low displacement bikes, I'm going to say vehicles, to El Mirage, and plays the points game, and he plays it quite well. He probably spends less money on his team than Car 44 did to make one pass here at Bonneville. Yeah, so if you say a AA battery, Tom G, let's just say that's the type of fuel, right? An AA battery isn't going to put out that much power. For me, a AA battery would be equivalent to running a car on gasoline almost, right? Or not even gasoline. Let's go less than gasoline, right? You run on a lithium polymer battery, that might be fuel or something, equivalent to fuel. Lithium ion might be something equivalent to alcohol. I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, And again, I'm not throwing this out there as a argument that I'm right or wrong. It's just a really different and interesting conversation, since we're starting to get more electric vehicles that show up to races. Neil, the 44 car, they were, what was it? I think it was 212, and they were doing or 219. I think it was 219, and it was on a tuning pass, and 212. They went out of mile 3 at 212.737, and again, that was a tuning pass for them. Sounded really good down course. And vehicle number 4 through mile number 2 at 115.791. Let's see what he does through mile 3 if he stays in it. Allegedly, that engine should be turning something like 15,000 RPM from what I understand. Pretty cool for a little engine. And it looks like he turned out at mile 2. All right, next up is motorcycle 7810. This is a 1350cc MG. So we know he's running on gas, and M is modified. Class record is 200.750 with Masa Yabe behind the controls. bike number 7810. He's a late entry. Don't have any more information other than that I can recall. Mr. Fusion and flux capacitor for the win. Problem is you're limited to 88 miles an hour, so, you know, which is probably about the fastest a DeLorean could ever go. Maybe. If that Volvo engine will even stay running long enough to get up to 88 miles an hour. Some of you DeLorean fans are going to chime in and wet noodle me on that one. Speed Demon. Any word on Speed Demon for the day? I have not had any word on Speed Demon. I'm looking back in the start line, and I don't see him in the start line currently. Last I heard is they're kind of waiting to see if anyone's going to get close to their 3:33 run that they did yesterday. They were hoping for a fourth mile to be added back. They were trying to put the B motor into it and make a run with the B motor, but they felt that it really, you know, wasn't necessary if no one's going to get get close to 333 miles an hour. So they're shooting for that hot rod trophy. All right, mile 2 for bike number 7810, 136.672, and through mile 3 at 174.615 for bike number 7810. And that's running on a 200.750 class record. And I've forgotten all about my coffee, and it's gone cold. And I have no microwave to throw it in. Damn. I guess I'll switch gears to water. Next up, vehicle number 1002. This is an XF gas mixture belly tanker with Bert behind the controls. Techman YOLO running on a record of 196.560. Off the push truck and away he goes down course. Definitely had to let you guys listen to that engine. I'm going to stop telling myself to shut up, and I'm just going to be quiet so you guys get to listen. Anytime there's a cool sounding engine, I want to let you guys hear it down course. The reason why I have a directional microphone pointed down course, specifically so you can hear that engine run. Car number 19, has he ran yet? Lou Bingham's car 19. I don't recall a car 19 running yet, just today. Let me see if I can scroll through and see that real quick. Yeah, I don't see a car 19 that ran yet this morning. Mile 2 for vehicle 1002 is 128.908. 128.908, running on a 196 class record. See what he does through mile 3. Does he make up enough speed to get to that 196 record? 3 mile speed, 136.573. Not quite there. Did sound good on that belly tanker. Let's see, the EV rules will evolve like they all do as time goes on, as they all do. The V4F rules, one of the oldest classes, is still evolving to this day and added a massive addendum in 2010. Yeah, I agree with that, Montana Dodge Boys. I definitely do agree with that. Yep, that microphone is the next best thing as far as I'm concerned. Not having a camera down course, having the microphone be able to pick that up is the next best thing. No blowfish. Yeah, no, not present this year. It sucks. He was here, I think he was here last year. And I think he was here last year or the year before. I forget which now. The years blend together at some point. And the other thing too about the camera, guys, is having the camera that I had on the side. Normally the camera would be on the side that I had it, because normally I film from the long course and not the short course. So I was shooting into the light. So I was noticing some of the screenshots a lot of you guys were posting yesterday, and they were just kind of icky looking. I'm like, that's just a horrible photo. Me being a photographer, I couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand having a crappy photo. Here we go, bike number 618. That is Terry Grom behind the controls. OMRA bike number 2 is the entry. It's a 1650cc modified pushrod on gas, favoring the right side of the course. Super tall gear. He's trying to get that thing running down course and really kind of struggling to coach that thing into life. I mean, it's alive, but it's just lethargic. Lethargic. That's a weird word. Say that 5 times. 19, again, Andy Jones, 19D. I didn't see 19 on the list yet this morning. Your buddy Daryl is about to run. Go to lsrlive.com if you want to see him at the start line right now. It's 10:44 Mountain Time. Ah, crap. Sorry, guys. I didn't mute the microphone on that one. I was texting a buddy that has another buddy here running on the Salt. And that's Daryl down there in the Firebird that I was staring at. Daryl White and 9614 comes all the way from Florida. away he goes. Firebird down course. Vehicle number 9614. This is a AA blown gas altered. Uncle D is the entry. That's Daryl White behind the controls. Class record is 286.780. These guys come to us all the way from Florida. Windermere, Florida to be exact. We got Cynthia, Daryl White as the crew chief, Cynthia and Pete, Nadine, and Rick as crew members. Ice Ignition, Kofe Fabrication, A&S Automotive, and Painless Wiring is some of their sponsors. That is a 1996 vintage Pontiac Firebird with sporting a 548-inch big block Chevrolet. Through the second mile at 172.148 and through the third mile at 200.154. Not quite good enough for the 286, but 200 mile an hour is still respectable for that run. Great job, Daryl. On course now, bike number 2335. This is a 1350cc production pushrod bike. White Knuckler brand is their entry, and John Bovat behind the controls. Class record is 211.530. They went through the second mile at 148 and third mile at 152.789. Course now, truck number 778. This is a C-engine fuel modified mini pickup. We got Marcus behind, we got Michael behind the controls, Michael Santiago. And he's running on a class record of 187.530. They're sporting a 362 cubic inch Chevrolet V8 in their Toyota pickup. That is a 1978 vintage Toyota pickup. They come to us from Burlington, Washington. Waiting for them to go through the second mile. Second mile speed 132.977. And third mile speed of 140.942. 140.942 on the third mile. Hey, Chris. Yes, definitely. Get people involved. Get the younger crowd involved. Have them come out. They get them exposed. That's the biggest thing, because once they remember, or once they've been exposed, they'll always remember and they'll want to head back out. I know that's how it was for me. I didn't know El Mirage existed as an example until I went dirt bike riding out there and just happened to show up. I definitely was into hot rodding and knew of land speed racing, and I assumed as a kid that it only happened at Bonneville, and I think in those days Black Rock, but didn't know anything about El Mirage until I went dirt bike riding and at El Mirage and realized, or showed up at the same time as them having a meet, and now us, and I went back in later years as a crew member. So get the young crowd involved, have them check it out, bring them to the pits, get them exposed, possibly hooked. Montana Dodge Boys, that sucks. Yes, you're only 15 once. That does kind of suck, right? You're only 15 once. In case I didn't mention it, speeds on vehicle number 778. And vehicle 392 gingerly getting that Studebaker on the course. Easy there, buddy. He was a little crossed up, not crossed up, but a little out of shape coming off the start line. Realized it was coming around on him and collected it very nicely. He's favoring the right side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed. His class record is 241.030, and that's Andre behind the controls. And again, for those that were paying attention, vehicle number 778, that truck that ran a little bit ago, mile 2 speed of 132 and mile 3 speed of 140.942. That Studebaker's on fire. It went through mile 2 at 176.270. Let's see how they do through mile 3. 191.189. 191.189 out of the third mile for vehicle 9304. Course now looks like a Fox body Mustang. Am I seeing that correctly? Vehicle number 7555. Waiting to get out of the moisture a little bit, getting to the 8th mile before he gets on the throttle, it seems like. Being easy on the power. As he tries to find second or third gear. And that is a blown fuel altered, and that's Big Valley Racing with Bernard behind the controls. Oh, that's what it is. This is a rookie run. I get it now. He's trying to get a really clean rookie pass. Now I understand. Class record is 237, but that's almost meaningless for a rookie. And crew chief for car number 7555 is Richard, and one of their sponsors is Big Valley Auto Auction. That is a 1990 Ford, and I swear that was a Fox body Mustang. And he's in fuel altered. 434 cubic inch V8 Ford. Nice to see that someone kept a Ford with a Ford heart. And mile 2 speed of 99.854 on his rookie pass. While we're waiting for him to go through mile 3, special request for all you guys out there, please kindly, there's a like button. Please be sure to hit that like button, and which is a thumbs up. And if you would please subscribe to the channel. That way you know you get a message anytime we go live. Mile 3, 60.959, 60.959 for the third mile on a rookie run for vehicle number 7555. And that is a Big Valley Auto Auction sponsored Ford on his rookie run.
over here, bud, behind the cones.
On course now. Motorcycle 214. This is a 750cc modified partial streamliner. And that is pushrod gas. PG. Ah, I got it. Look at me. Pushrod gas. Getting fluent in the motorcycle designations. I love it. That is Andrew Banefeld behind the controls. Oh, Banfeld, excuse me. Let me get that name right. Record is 151.430. Dave Goodman Special is the entry on that. Bike number 214. They come to us all the way from Sussex, UK to run their bike. Got a long way to go for vehicle bike number 214. 63.322 through the second mile. Again, he's running a class record of 151. He's got to make up 100 miles an hour to try to get that record. And again, bike 214. Dan Goodman Special with Andrew Banfeld behind the controls. A little faster through the third mile, 66.879. 66.879 through the third mile for bike number 214. On course now, bike number 2192. That is a 1350cc motorcycle. Yoshi, Tweakers Racing, Harley Davidson. It's on a record, running on a record of 133.600. Mile 2, speed of 132.714. So dang close to that 133 record. Is he going to go to mile 3 or is he going to turn out? Man, if he stayed in at a mile 3, if there's anything left on that bike, he might get the record. I don't hear the engine running, so he may have turned out. Can't help but to root these guys on for a record. I think he turned out. I don't hear the engine down there. Man, so close to that 133 record. Now, excuse me, 1000cc motorcycle 213. This is Andrew Banfeld behind the controls. JW Grumbridge Racing Team. Another Brit in our midst running a motorcycle. It's a 2015 vintage Kawasaki 1000cc motorcycle, and that is MPS-G. So that's modified partial streamlined on gas. He comes all the way from Sussex, UK. City, specifically Eastbourne. And he makes it through the second mile at 145.883, running on a 212 record. Three-mile speed is a little slower, 117.710 for bike 213. On course now, vehicle 2111, the White Goose Bar Racing entry. Keith Peterson behind the controls. Come on, baby, let's get a clean run. This is his third run trying to get this VW down frickin' course. Let's hope they work the bugs out of it. Come on, baby. But he got it in a second this time. That's an accomplishment. He didn't get it there yesterday and the day before. Favoring the left side of the course, grabbing for gears. Climbing in speed. Come on, Keith, let's get that car that truck down course. This is an H engine blown fuel modified, blown fuel mini modified pickup, or modified mini pickup. There we go. Let's get that right. Shut up for a minute so you can hear it down course. He found third gear, or maybe fourth, whichever that happens to be. That's a good sign. It doesn't sound like the engine's climbing an RPM though, unfortunately. Sounds like it's decreasing in RPM, and maybe that's the distance. I don't know, we'll see. Did he make it to the second mile? Should have brought a pair of binoculars with me to see down there. Mile 2, 96.444, and this is on an open record. 96.444 through mile 2 for vehicle 2111. Do we get a third mile? I think maybe this run may have been just a point of getting to A to B. Go to C. And mile 3, 87.983. I think that's a coasting through on that one. So that sounds to me it's a can we actually make it down the track kind of run, because last couple of days they'd have been having issues. Sounds like they were battling electrical issues with position sensors and things of that nature. So great job on that run. Keith Peterson got it from A to B. Hopefully maybe they'll get a chance to run it again and get that record certified, number 1. And number 2, know that you can get into the power more than what you are now, or what you were. Yeah, Boondoggable, it's actually a goose. The name of their entry is White Goose Bar. So it's actually a goose that's on the side of their truck. It's kind of cool. I make fun often and say, oh, it's the Grey Goose, because I don't know, I love Grey Goose vodka. So there you go. Roaring on the course now, vehicle number 1977. That is a right-hand drive Suzuki heading on the course now. It's a 40 cubic inch engine running in a J engine class, and that is a blown GT gas touring, blown gas touring, or excuse me, yeah, blown gas touring. There we go. And class record is 100.390, and that is Kurt behind the controls. And I think he comes to us from some exotic land as well, running that Japanese right-hand drive vehicle. And I was right, he comes, well, not quite faraway lands, but close to faraway lands. Comes to us from Alberta, Canada, sporting his 1995 Suzuki. Uh, 880 has not run, but I know he's in line, and I look over to my right, and they are in the far lane. If you're looking at the main camera, they're in the far lane, and if you look closely behind the black trailer, you will see the nose of one of them sticking out right there. All right, mile 2 for vehicle 1977, 91.693, 91.693 through the second mile. Let's see if he continues to the third. Let's see if he's got enough left, or he thinks he's got enough left to get to that 100-mile-an-hour record. 3-mile speed of 92 by 92.336. 92.336 through mile 3 for vehicle 1977. Doesn't sound like there was much left to get to that 100-mile-an-hour record. Be super appreciative, guys, if you would hit the like button, which is the thumbs up button, and definitely appreciative if you subscribe to the channel. That way you will get a notification the next time we go live, which after Speeweek, I believe El Mirage is somewhere in there. Better check my calendar. This is the 75th running of Speedweek, or excuse me, 75th anniversary of Speedweek, hosted by the Southern California Timing Association and Bonneville Nationals Incorporated. Official website is scta-bni.org, scta-bni.org. Make sure to visit the website. You can check out all of the records from years past for Bonneville and El Mirage. Also, merchandise available for sale if you are interested in sharing your love of land speed racing with the world, or just buy something for yourself. When asked about the cornfield guys, there they are on course now. Their entry is known as the Salty Bitch. Mike Wagner is behind the controls. Record is 166.350. This is an XF gas modified roadster, vehicle number 4510. And it is a beautiful, beautiful looking modified roadster. Nice paint job. It was a 1926 Ford turned into the modified roadster, sporting an inline Ford, sporting a 304 cubic inch Ford engine. Favoring the right side of the course. And 2-mile speed on vehicle 4510 on the rookie run, 94.695. And that was a turnout after mile 2 on the rookie run for vehicle number 4510. Top speed for them was 94.695.
Yeah.
more air. Oh, it's true. So it'll actually let off. It can do really, or it's it'll jump. Yeah, or even if you take off that, like, it'll just get away. That's just kind of the characteristic of that. It's just got so much power. And it's not smooth power. It's really like a light switch. It's just on. Yeah, you've got power, you know, nitro.
What size?
Well, I do believe that car has a turbo. I think you all heard that. That was kind of cool. Vehicle number 4801, roaring on the course. This is an A engine blown gas competition coupe. F&B Jensen Racing with Ian behind the controls, running on a 258 class record.
My grandfather always told me stories. He set records back in '97. He set records in electric street fighter records.
3 mile speed is 131.556.
Yeah, I was actually texting my grandpa about it. He doesn't even know the guy because that's an old. That ain't Jack Costello's old. Yeah, and he used to have a. They just put a
Jim's a really nice guy if you ever want to talk, especially he can talk to you about it. That was early electric.
Yeah, he said that's what he commented about. They did I think they did 219 on their pass.
This one, but he's still shaking his head. I don't know.
Yeah, he did 219 on that pass, but they did my grandpa back in '97 set the record for 250.
Oh, really?
Like the context of what he texted me was so funny that we went 2 miles an hour slower, but they had lead batteries.
Oh yeah, no, it was a whole different. Yeah. This is like, Jim's got his dial. Yeah, he's got really good. I mean, he's doing it on his own more or less, but he's got good support from a couple of students. So.
Yeah, they were. I've seen all the videos and stuff back in the day.
All right, I missed out on that car. Sorry, guys. Vehicle number 4801. That was the blown gas competition coupe. They went through mile 2 at 136 and mile 3 at 131.556. Shy of, I believe it was a 200 mile an hour record from what I remember. Looks like next up is going to be car number 125. AA blown fuel competition coupe. Don't think I've seen this one run yet. Let me take a peek around my curtain. No, this one has not ran yet. That is a sexy, sexy blown fuel competition coupe. Trackmaster fabricators on the side. Definitely a neat construction on that vehicle. Looking at the canopy there, I'm trying to figure out what they used originally for the roof line. And it looks like it's either a Ford Roadster or something of similar. You guys can see it there on screen. I love it. Good stuff. They are sporting a 524 cubic inch Hemi, and this is George Fields behind the controls on this. Crew chief is Blake. Crew members are Kim, Fred, Steve, and Al. So all the guys helping out there. And the body is a 37 Simca. Or is that Jimca? I'm not familiar. I will become familiar. Well, that's kind of cool. Oh, here we go. Be quiet. It's too bad someone else fired up in the pits. Yeah, so that 1937 Simca, a little history on that car. I was curious because I don't think I've been exposed to one before. Looks like Simca began sending cars to the United States in 1948, shortly before its main rivals. It sold 331 units in 1948. And it's actually a French car. French-made automobile. Simca 8. There's a couple of different types. 1937 Simca Gordini Type 5. That's a different type of vehicle, not the same one we're looking at. Simca 8 is what we just saw that was modified into a blown fuel competition coupe. It was designed to be a family car. It's a two-door car in France. And they built a bunch of different types. They built 2 doors, 4 doors, and a 3-door. So they built a 2-door saloon, 4-door saloon, a 2-door coupe, or we should be more correct, a coupe, and a 2-door cabriolet, and a 3-door estate from 1948. That's kind of cool. Well, there we go. A little bit of vehicle history there. So that was a French vehicle with sporting a Chrysler 524 cubic inch Hemi. These guys come to us from Texas, and they just went through mile 2 at 120.094, and that's vehicle 125. And through mile 3 at 135.418. Running on a 305 mile an hour record. And again, that's George Fields behind the controls of this 1937 Simca 8 converted to a blown fuel competition coupe. Oh boy, guys, we got another long wheelbase car. They're coming out of the woodwork. They're here, and they want to burn some fuel. Got salt. 420. What do you think? I haven't talked to any of these guys, so I have no idea if they're just going to go for a tuning pass, if they're going to do a full send, or what the deal is. But there it is, and we get to hear it nonetheless. I don't know about you guys. I'm just happy to be able to hear it and see it run. 2 mile, 5 mile. I get some of us want to see the records. Understandable. Mother Nature just, decided to take our reservation, but they didn't really hold our reservation. And yeah, I did. I stole that from Seinfeld. It's a great rental car skit that he did. Sitting there whining at the rental car agent. Rather frustrated that he didn't have the car, or that they didn't have the car that they reserved. Anyway, here we go. We got salt on the near lane for you guys. Looks like we got a Corvair and another motorcycle. Couple of motorcycles. Looking down the start line, or the staging line a little bit. Lots of cars in line. Don't see Speed Demon anywhere. The black and gold Studebakers are inching ever closer to the front. Lots of motorcycles. Don't see Speed Demon. But we got another car on the front line here that is definitely capable of threatening that 333 mile an hour top speed of the meet so far. Let's see what we get out of Got Salt. Just got the word course is clear. All right, we're going to send a bike. Looks like the Sushi Tweakers Racing crew again at it. They brought enough bikes to have a ton of fun. Kind of taking a play out of McLeish's playbook, it seems like. Interestingly enough, these guys store their bikes here or not here, but in sunny Southern California, and bring them out when it comes time to race. So next up is bike number 1355. This is Rio Tomasoto behind the controls. Class record is 116.170. This is an APS vintage gas. And of course, APS is special construction, partial streamlined. Haha, I remembered. And away goes Rio. It's Rio-san. Down course, getting past the first eighth mile here, nice and easy. Over some little bumps and the wet puddles. And he's clear. And away he goes, grabbing for gears. Looking for speed. Favoring the center of the course, looking for that 116 mile an hour record. Wow, 1320 in the house. On the plane flying out, you can see Fred in the sun hat on the starting line. Thank you, 1320, for tuning in, guys. It means a lot. On course now, vehicle number 1964. That's an E Classic Production Sports. It's Robert behind the controls. Class record is 141.450, and I got a frickin' bike tuning on the line here, so sorry for the noise. Mark Lewis, thank you for tuning in from the UK. You got a couple of your friends here running at Speeedweek. On a speed 4. Oh my goodness, finally. My gosh. All right. So vehicle 964 through mile 2 went 101.857 and mile 3 at 102.261. Vehicle number 964, that was the Corvair. Roaring on the course, vehicle number 1217. Don Q Racing. Diede Speranza behind the controls, looking for a class record of 68.310. That was what all the noise was you heard here underneath me. Getting her going with her 100cc. I think that's a 2-stroke. That's bike number 1217. Is this on a rookie run or did she run before? I think she ran before. This is a rookie run. Okay. Well, there you go. It's kind of funny. I was sitting here. I snapped off a photo. I'll post it up later. Just for kicks and grins. My watch has a noise dB warning on it, and the alarm went off on the motorcycle. Didn't go off on the Top Fuel cars from earlier, but it definitely went off on the motorcycle. It's kind of funny. Yes, part of the calendar brigade. There is that. Is a 3-minute run. Class record is 68 miles an hour. Another fellow another friendly member of the Calendar Brigade crew. And I generally put Derek McLeish as the king of the Calendar Brigade. Well, if you guys saw earlier in the broadcast, I showed what the Green Pickle guys did, and they got this cool little muffler that attaches to the end of their exhaust, so it's not so annoying on the start line. Okay, let's get political for half a second. I say we start a new rule that all the loud 2 cycles have to have an exhaust attachment on the front line. I'm totally kidding. I am totally joking. I am not serious, but it would be funny. Anyway, all right, there's my joke for the day. Do not take me seriously on that comment. Yes, top fuel rules. Yeah, baby. Thank you, Val, for the heads up on that. I think you said it was a tuning pass according to Frankie, so good to know. Still going to be awesome. I think they're firing up now. I think I hear the crank of a Chrysler. No, I just want to hear the crank of a Chrysler. It's one of those things. It's like when I go home from Speeedweek for the next week, I'm going to hear phantom engines in my head. I don't know if you guys get that or not, but I certainly do. Oh, in the far lane, we got 426. Another great vehicle. Love all the art. The Flying Rose. It's got great artwork on the nose. Looks like a rear engine modified roadster. Got salts front and center there for you guys. Awesome. I love hearing that. Have it on while you're working. Love it. I'm sure I would be doing the same if I was in a different seat. $420. That's who we're going to send next. It just popped up on my screen. Got to look around the corner. Where's Jill? Oh. Oh, yeah. Should really be down on the salt for this one. Let's see if I have enough time to change to the rovering camera real quick and get down on the ground. Do I have that kind of speed ability? Nope, I'm too late. All right, here we go. Got Salt Racing fired up. Frank Silva Jr. behind the controls. That is an A Buell Blown Fuel Lakester. I'm going to be quiet now and let you enjoy the beautiful noise. I don't know if he made it all the way down or not, but it definitely, I'm not sure what was going on that dial-in pass. It sounded like he was trying to open it up a little bit, and maybe he didn't feel comfortable. I don't know. I don't know what to think on that one, but it was interesting. As he was getting on the throttle, he gave little blips. And through mile 2 at 120.969, let's see if he goes to mile 3. And again, this is just a shakedown run, so I could be assuming far too much. Doesn't look like he's taking it down to mile 3, so I'm going to assume that's a turnout. And just for fun, a blown fuel Lakester, that record has not been touched since 2018, and that's a 373 mile an hour record. And that's owned by Mr. Strasberg. He happens to own the A, B, and C record out here, set in 2018, 2021, and 2020, all in the 3s. And of course, just for funsies, Got Salt does own the AA record out here at Bonneville, set in 2020, 353 miles an hour, 353.514 to be exact. So they've got that AA record. All right, next up is motorcycle 105. And bike number 105 through mile 2 at 131.759. I do believe that gets him qualified for that 100-mile-an-hour record for that 2016 Buell. Yeah, you're right. You know, I haven't mentioned the weather here in a few minutes. It's kind of warmed up a little bit. Currently, it is 84 degrees. Humidity is 22%. It's dropping. And density altitude is 6,800 feet. And right now we're getting a wind 5 miles an hour from the southwest at 5 knots, or 5 miles per hour. All right, as promised, I believe we have a small course hold, short course hold. So I'm going to do a bit of house cleaning here, a little bit of housework, I should say. Once again, this is the 75th anniversary of the running of Speeedweek, hosted by Southern California Timing Association and the Bonneville Nationals Incorporated. Our official website is scta-bni.org. Speeedweek is brought to you by lsrlive.com. Our sponsors for the running of the 2023 Speeedweek are White Knuckler Brand. Their website's whiteknucklerbrand.com. Speedway Motors, Speedway Motors Museum, Goodyear Racing, Speed Demon, ARP, Good Guys, Safety Clean, the American Hot Rod Foundation, VP Fuels, Crower, and Performance Plus. And with that said, I have 3 paid advertisements, not in support of the stream, but in support of Bonneville Speedweek. Here we go. Please hold tight.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
They don't make things like they used to, but we do. White Knuckler Brand is steeped in American tradition, building classic, made in the USA products
I'm
with
aiming
traditional materials
here.
like leather, wood, wool,
Why, what's up?
brass, and
Okay.
steel.
Yeah. Keep the equipment cool.
See the entire
You think I'm
line
kidding?
of hot rod and horsepower inspired American-made goods at White Knuckler Brand.
Thank you for checking on me.
He's in the trap now at 6,500. The best he can do. He's out. His time. Car 138C turned at 151.06.
You know what the phrase of the day is? Well, not the day. Let's go back. Any of you guys who work remotely know that at least once in a meeting, someone's going to say you're muted. Anyhow, those were words from our sponsor earlier, and again, those are sponsors of Speeweek and not necessarily the live channel. And super appreciative of those of you that have tuned in. Do me a solid if you would, and like and subscribe to the channel. Like the video, that's the thumbs up button, and subscribe to the channel. That way you get notifications of when we go live next. Our next live broadcast will be from El Mirage, and it sounds like we just got the all clear on the course. So I think we're going to be back to running here in just a minute. Coming out of that rear modified roadster smells just beautiful. And let me back that up. Not fuel, gas. Yum. That is the Flying Rose Racing entry, 1927 Ford. Let me be quiet for half a second. These guys are out of Helena, Montana. Grabbing for that really tall gear down course. Oh boy. Let's see. He's going for a class record of 198.5. And that is Jimmy behind the controls of Flying Rose. And that is a D engine, 304 cubic inch Chevrolet V8. Looking for that 198.5 record. The crew chief is Chris. Crew members are Gary, Dave, Eric, and Joey. Tommy Shaw, you know, that is an interesting theory there, matching the battery weight to cubic inch. That's interesting. You know, again, I go back to thinking that you know, batteries are fuel, and you know, there is something to be said about the type of batteries that you run, and really the weight doesn't have a lot to do with the C rating of the battery. You know, and the C rating is the amount of amperage that is allowed to be sucked out of that battery without, you know, destroying that battery. There's an internal resistance mixed with that. Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting though, because you know, sometimes the weight of the battery does increase the C rating, at least in the world of lithium polymer. Not necessarily in lead. Well, yeah, in lead acid it's the same too. You start getting into higher amperage and amp hour capacity. Well, that's an interesting theory. Have to mow that one over a little bit. Hello from SLC, Salt Lake City. If you're close enough, you can just drive here. What are you doing? Stop watching me. Come out and enjoy the salt. Abnormal Norman. Thanks for checking in, sir. I share the same Jason. Let's go 880. Love these guys. Love the matching Studebakers. Just cool. You got the tow vehicle and the race vehicle all together. And I got to get a photo while I'm here, as always. All right, we're going to send a bike next. Looks like bike number 1800. That looks like a beast of a bike. Is that a 6-cylinder that I see stuffed in that front of that bike? Looks like an oil cooler on the side. Wow, that thing is a beast. And I love the starter on that one. I was doing some close-ups of it yesterday, and it was really interesting how they were doing it. They had the electric starter on the van cranking that bad boy over. You know, it's pretty cool. Not as crazy as the Japanese guys where they had the electric starter and the guy kick-starting it at the same time. That's pretty, that was a pretty healthy amount of force being applied to the crank. Anyhow, here we go. 1800 bike number. Firing up, sounding very stock-like. Less on the obnoxious side of things. And that is Goldwing Lion as the entry, with Kenny Lion behind the controls. He is his own crew. Thought he had a couple helpers yesterday, but I don't know. Ed and Chris Shear is a sponsor, American Honda, and Iski Cams. Good old Iski Darien at a ripe 103 years old. There goes that sidecar blown gas motorcycle down course, sporting a Goldwing engine. Still has the alternator in it too, by the way. If you looked at it closely yesterday, you could see the alternator sticking out on one particular side, or not sticking out, but kind of stuffed in there still. I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, why did you leave the alternator on? But yeah, whatever. All right, here we go. Next up, bike number 155, Sushi Tweaker Racing entry at Sushi Yasui. 141.510 is the record they're looking for. Roaring on the course now, favoring the left side of the course. I really want to know what kind of fuel this guy's burning, because every time he takes off, it's got a weird smell to it. I don't even know how to describe it. I've never smelt anything like that before. So I'm really, really curious what kind of, I mean, he says he's running on gas, but it doesn't smell like any gas that I've smelled. So I don't know, really, really, really interesting on this. Someone might be able to chime in on that one for me. Again, class records 141.510, and these guys come all the way from, I believe, was it Tokyo, Japan? I will get that accurate information in half a second. Off the top of my head. I don't have any info on that particular bike. I'm pretty sure it was Tokyo, or it was one of the, actually it was probably one of the smaller cities. Anyway, moving on. Mile 2, 140.820. Oh, mile 3 at 144.819. That qualifies him for the record, or that gets him the record. That's an average. I think he qualified on this record already earlier, I believe. I'd have to go back and look. Either way, he gets to go to impound and either claim the record or run again. Great job. Great job. 155 at Sushi Yasui. Roaring on a course now, the Studebaker 880. Off the line, nice and clean, a lot better than yesterday. Grabbing for gears, favoring the left side of the course, getting his head in the game as each 8th mile marker goes by. And he is going for his B license, from what I understand, on this run. And that is Sean Driver behind the controls. Through mile 2 at 173.005, definitely a better, oh, he's going for a C license, not the B license, I'm sorry. And that is a AA blown fuel competition coupe. Just as a reminder, 530 cubic inch Merlin is under the hood of that Studebaker. Sean Driver behind the controls. You got Les Holm as crew chief, and honorary is Gary Hart. Lauren, Miss Daisy, Matt Blossom, Rich, Jim, Danny, Richard, all crew members. MS3 Pro, Kirk's Automotive, Soki Brewing, or Soki Brewing Company, Canamera Trucking, and Curtis Halvorsen as their sponsors. And look at that, through the 3rd mile at 171.537, hauling the mail for what looks like a metal body Studebaker. Great work on that. Definitely a lot better run today than yesterday.
I've groomed and traveled with Dave for years, and I can't believe it. Dave is 6 months old. He's 6 months older than me. You know, and I see him the way he runs around, and he stays up late at night most days. But I call him the Birdman. I've gone some times with him, and he and his wife start walking, and I just say, "You guys go. I'll catch up later." There's no way. Interesting story on Dave and I. I don't know if you've heard it, how we met.
Yeah, I agree, Montana Dodge boys. You definitely have to run VP, but I don't understand it. I've never smelt whatever. I don't get it. The exhaust just smells completely different than anything that I've smelt before. So I have no idea. And I don't smell that gas in any other vehicle. I don't smell that flavor. And I don't know how else to say. It's just weird. I mean, a really unpolitically correct joke would be that it smells fishy, but it really doesn't. It would be more of just a bad, politically incorrect joke. I don't know. Maybe I'll just ask the next time I'm down on the start line and figure out what it is they do differently, you know? MR12 smells vivid. Okay.
This is that half home.
Oh, it's the 4-cylinder. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, my brother was very successful here, and his Lake Street.
Question is MR12 considered gas?
And he is partnered together 30-something. But one of the things he
It's interesting on that launch from the start line. I almost swear he was adjusting his carburetor as he was heading down course. Rather interesting to watch him reach down what looked like towards his carburetor. I don't know, I'm just assuming. Anyway, this is bike number 118, roaring on the course, Mr. E Racing. And this is Jeff Erdman behind the controls, running on a 140-mile-an-hour record. And this is an A vintage gas. Oh, and I should mention it's a 1,000cc bike. Let's not forget that. First year as legal gas at SCT. Okay. No, I don't think it's a lube of. I don't think it's a smell of like castor. Although, you know, it kind of comes close to that, but I don't think, not exactly. I think castor is more of a sweeter smell. It's a little easier on the nose. Castor oil is way easier on the nose than this stuff that they're burning. So if it's MR12, then, I would get it. Because that's, it's new for this year, it sounds like, so. Makes 5 to 8% more power than pump gas. Interesting. I wonder what they add to the fuel to get more BTUs out of the burn. Really, really interesting. Right? You know, it's like anything, I guess. And then, what kind of exhaust gas temperatures would you be looking for on that type of fuel too? That'd be another fun conversation. Approved VP fuels for the event. Okay, cool. Well, that'll tell me right there. I'll ask him what kind of fuel he's running, and that'll tell me exactly what I'm staring at. Okay, bike number 118 through the mile at 67.611. 67.611 for bike number 118. Didn't continue to the 3. Good point. You know, if you get a 5 to 8% better power out of the MR12, definitely would expect to start seeing a little bit more in the world of gas records dropping. Here we go on course now, 1923. That's a 3,000 cc modified production gas. Do I have that right? Modified production. Nope, I'm wrong. Pushrod gas. MP. It's a M-PF. Oh, they corrected it. It's fuel. Fuel. Sorry, guys. He's running on fuel, and that is Sean behind the controls running on a open record. Bike number 1924. And this is a certifying pass. They ran a 138 earlier this morning, and they 138.2, and they just ran a 138.5 in the second mile. Let's see what they do in the third mile. Third mile, 140.734. Take it to impound, sir. Congratulations, you just got that record. That was Sean behind the controls. $37 a gallon for MR12. Well, that's like running nitro. Holy cow. Totally like burning nitro. nitro are you running? All of it. Sweet smell of nitromethane in my face. I love it. Vehicle number 199. This is an F engine, and this is a fuel roadster. We got Brian Bass behind the controls, running a 204-mile-an-hour record. And again, that is vehicle 199. Running a 179 cubic inch Donovan Hemi for this F engine size or category. And crew chief is Albert and crew is George. Sponsors are Bass Custom, Webster Heads, B&J Transmissions. Steinegger and Eschenbach also is one of their sponsors. Through mile 2 at 122.475 for vehicle 199. And mile 3, 139.571. Now 139.571 for mile 3 on vehicle 199. A little short of the 204 class minimum or class record. Oh yeah, I did forget to mention that they're out of Dallas, Texas. Sorry about that, guys. Ah, half Hemi, huh? Okay, that's interesting. Next up, bike number 2476. This is a 1000cc APS blown fuel, or no, 100cc, excuse me, 100cc APS blown fuel, and that's special construction, partial streamlined. And that's Alan McMurray behind the controls. Class record is 114.090. This is the Trimax Speedsters entry. And this is a record return run for bike number 9. Or, well, we're changing it up. We're not doing the bike, we're doing a car now. 9726. This is an XF production pickup with Frank behind the controls. This is a record return run. Record was, or is currently 109.350 for this production pickup. And that's the one we saw run earlier this morning. Oh, I see another long wheelbase car in line, guys. I think this is Ed, I think this is Ed's Streamliner that I'm staring at. I'd hate to be the lackey that has to polish this thing. There we go. Production pickup, heading down course, XF production pickup. Certifying his run from this morning. 9726. I didn't get to talk about him this morning, so let me dig him out if I can. There we go. That is a 295 cubic inch flathead Ford stuffed under the hood. And that's a 1951 F1 Ford heading down course. There's an F1 Ford fan somewhere crying that there isn't one more in its perfectly pristine, restored state. They come to us from Lexington, North Carolina, with Mackenzie and Sydney as his crew, with Frank behind the controls. And this is in memory of Eddie Brown for these runs, this meet for Frank Leeson. Two-mile speed of 109.026. See what he does in mile 3, and he ran earlier this morning, I believe 111 miles an hour. So he's definitely qualified, and we'll see what he does in mile 3. Come on, mile 3. 111.828. Take it to impound, sir. Congratulations on your run. Production pickup with a 295 cubic inch flathead Ford. Great job on that run with the farm truck all the way from Lexington, North Carolina. See how you guys are doing here in chat. Looks like we've calmed down on the fuel conversation. Pretty fun. So far we've talked about batteries, fuel. What's going to be the next subject? Looks like he probably shifted into the wrong gear off the line there. Got it collected back together. This is vehicle number 1061 on course now, and this is a gas competition coupe sporting an 1835 VW engine. This is Ryan Herman behind the controls, and they come to us from Wisconsin. We got Scott, Verlin, Sean, Aiden, and Ethan as crew members. That is definitely a beautiful VW converted into a competition coupe. Class record is 193.720. Mile 2 speed of 97.770. Gonna be asking a lot to get 100 miles an hour in 1 mile. Let's see what they do. Mile 3 speed of 102.813 for vehicle 1061. Need 100 miles an hour out of that bad boy to get to that 193 class record. You know, you're right. VW is being hard to shift. I don't know if it was the one that I drove or the many that I've driven, but I would swear that if you tried to shift too hard with those transmissions, you'd break the shifter in your hand. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. That's just how it felt. All right, are we gonna run? We're gonna run Ed's vehicle, or what are we doing here? Where's our starter? I think we're waiting on a clear course. It sounds like. Nope, we got our clear course. Here we go. Next up, we got 707, 125cc. Modified, partially streamlined, on fuel. Pretty neat looking bike. Blue and white paint. Very beautiful. And we got Jim helping out on the starter, on getting the vehicle started up. That's kind of cool. There we go. I don't think Nick realized that he was going to have to do some work on getting things started. Yeah, we have to get a close-up of his socks too. He had checker socks yesterday. Now he's got some other interesting design. We'll have to do a close-up on that. See what he's wearing today. All right, here we go. Bike number 707, fired up. Given the okay to go. Modified, partially streamlined. Running on fuel, and this is Leslie Ayers behind the controls. Class record is 126.460. Black Cat Racing is the entry. Grabbing for gears, looking for speed, favoring the center of the course, sounding good down course. And that is a 1998 Honda Vintage 125cc engine. Leslie comes to us from Aromas, California. Crew chief is Mark, who I guess isn't here, or I don't know. Well, when we have Nick doing the starting. Anyhow, if you get a little bit of vibration on one of the cameras, guys, sorry. A crew has arrived to dig the trailer out of the salt. In case you didn't hear me this morning, part of the reason why earlier this morning I left it on the CB was because I had to spend a little bit of time getting the trailer kind of in a halfway usable condition, because it literally blew off its jack stands this morning. We had a violent storm come through last night that dumped some water on the salt. Thankfully not enough to ruin the course that we have. But had we extended it a mile, like contemplations had been made, we would have had to return the course back to its current configuration. Anyway, so they're going to jack the trailer up here and try to get the nose of it out of the salt and recover one of my jack stands and all that fun stuff. So. Entertaining on the salt. Here we go. Mile 2 speed of 108.066. Not quite fast enough for that 121 mile an hour record, I believe it was. Well, I don't know about that comment of Wild Goose being, or White Goose, excuse me, being on Millionaire Row, whatever whatever the hell that means. White Goose Bar happens to be communication central, meaning that all repeater communications and microwave communications for internet connection, or not internet connection, timing connection, goes through the White Goose Bar pits. So they have to be generally show center so they can provide proper communications for the event. They're kind of they're kind of in the middle of it. Hold on one second. So that's why they're on the front row. Maybe Valerie can chime in on that question. That's a good one, Daryl. What's Ed's fastest time in his liner? That is definitely a good question. Wish I could see his number. I know he's got records. Lots of records. Can't quite see the number on the tail to be able to. Can't see the number on the tail. That's bad. Maybe Val will chime in and answer that question for us. See, I'm going to assume that he's running on fuel, and of course that is a streamliner. Let's see if there's any records in the book still standing with Ed's name on it. I know I saw one, I think, yesterday. Just got word, by the way, that Speed Demon has decided to put the AA engine in, and I don't know if they've made a decision to put a pass on the vehicle, but they definitely made the decision to put the AA in. And that's a good sign, maybe. Hopefully they'll run again. Well, unfortunately, that's a turnout for Ed. Turn to the right, vehicle number 89. That was Ed Umlin's pass. Sounded real good at the start line, definitely did. So to answer one of your guys' questions out there, Ed owns the B record right now, set back in 2018, 369.162 is what I see here for a record. On course now, bike number 632 is a 500cc modified, partially streamlined blown gas. Kawasaki Le Top Racing with Laurent behind the controls. 172.350 is the class record. Bike number 632 through the mile at 102.031 and mile 3 at 92.763 for bike number 632. Next up, vehicle 1555. This is that C American Iron Roadster. That is Allman and Sykes and Murray entry. Nolan Sykes behind the controls. Class record is 212.670. Oh man, that 372 cubic inch Chevrolet is singing, baby. That is Smokey Allman, Scott Sykes entry, or owner, I should say. And they come to us out of California, and Nolan Sykes behind the controls. Smokey Allman behind as the crew chief, and Scott, Chris, and Vince are their crew. And whoa, through the mile 2 at 180.256. Does he have enough through mile 3? Wow, let's see what he does. 1555, hauling the mail. 193.534 through mile 3. Not quite enough for that 212.8 or 212.670 record. So close, still a darn good run, and that Chevy sounded good. Chevy engine, that is. And that is bike 1830 that you just listened to, roaring on the course, favoring the right side of the course. That is a 3000cc motorcycle. Restro Mod Incorporated is the entry. Drew Waterworth behind the controls. Class record is 176.620. You got Dave Miller as the crew chief, Joe as crew. They come to us from Hortonville, Wisconsin to run their vehicle. Mile 2 speed of 153.382. Mile 3, 158.131. And Bobby Sykes Jr. joins the channel, joins the chat. Thank you, Bobby Sykes Jr. Appreciate the kudos there. On course now, bike number 375, a 350cc motorcycle. That is an AG motorcycle, and that's Dan Sweeney behind the controls. Class record is 145. Just went through mile 2 at 71.534. Waiting for mile 3. And mile 3, 74.360 for bike number 375, Dan Sweeney. And yeah, on the rovering cam, I am trying to stay as out of the sun as much as possible today. I did go down earlier. I'll go down a little later. I'm pretty cooked from the last few days, so I've been super careful about not staying in the sun too much today. And I'm not sure if it was because I went down in the start lines the last few days, or if it's because the salt is reflecting sun into my face. I'm not sure. So I don't know. All I know is I'm trying to be cautious of not being in the sun too much today, just because. All right, on course now, truck number 1919. This is an F-engine diesel truck, Baker Hollow Endeavors, with Tom behind the controls. 151.720 is the class record. Welcome in, Lipo section. Good to see you back. If you have no audio, Vehicle 1919 went through mile 2 at 136.609, and then mile 3 at 152.727. That, I believe, is either a qualifying run or a certifying run for the record of 151.720. Either way, take it to impound, guys. Congratulations, Tom, on that run with his, I believe that was the S10. On 1919. And I would be correct. That was the 1998 S10 out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Got Bruce as crew chief, Matt and Greg as helpers. And that is a 2.8 liter Cummins i4. Hell no, I'm not going to talk over that. That was incredible. I hope you guys heard the same stuff I did. Man, that Corvette sounded great. think he put it on full tilt this time around. It sounded better than the last few times he's ran. That is a 302 cubic inch Chevrolet V8 stuffed in a 1991 ZR1. He's running in B engine GT, and that is Half Nuts Racing. James behind the control, going through mile 2 at 156.877. Running on a class record of 235. Can he make up 75 miles an hour in the third mile? 176.406 through mile 3. Not quite to the 235 class record. Still did sound good, and you gotta believe he had a giant smile as he was grabbing for gears and looking for speed, heading down the salt. Ah, yes, auto enthusiasts. You know, opting rather than pointing it down course today, it was more of a courtesy for three reasons really. One, yesterday there was a crash with a motorcycle. The guy got the speed wobbles off of at about, I don't know, maybe the 8th mile. And I don't know, I didn't check to see if I caught that on camera or not yesterday or not, but I'm definitely afraid that I would have caught that on video. And on top of that, I wanted to make sure I had extra perspective on the start line with the last few days, people with trailers and all that when they come up the start line, so you get both sides of the start line. And so I put the potato camera pointed down the line. Yes. And the third reason, this is the horrible reason, there's a canopy in the way, and I'll have to move it tonight. we had a guy yesterday that had his vehicle in reverse on the push truck. Now we got a vehicle that can't find his way onto the track. There we go. I think he found the track, got it all collected back up and back within the bounds. Great job to you, sir. That is Mike behind the controls. Vehicle 2001. Class record is 230 miles per hour. Entry is BR Racing Corvette LSR. And let's give these guys some proper credit since he was trying to braille his way onto course. He will probably get a talking to at the end of his run. These guys come to us from Wasilla, Alaska, running their Corvette, 2001 vintage Corvette, sporting a 346 cubic inch LS1 Chevrolet engine. Crew chief is Daniel. Crew members are Pat and Curran. And 2001 went through the traps. Mile 2 at 128. Mile 3 at 157.067. On course now, vehicle number 687. That is an F engine C, fuel altered. Barry Hoffman behind the controls. Class record is 174.750. They come to us all the way from British Columbia, Canada. Got Blair as crew chief, Brian Hicks and Brian Hoffman as crew members. This is a 61 Rancho Aero sporting a Nissan Inline 6. I think they're backing up their run from earlier today. If I remember right, I could be remembering life incorrectly. And the Ranchero went through mile 2 at 118.503 and mile 3 at 131.4. Excuse me, 131.349. Pike Kelly, so far the top time is 336, or no, excuse me, 333.360. That's top time so far. Speed Demon, I did catch word earlier they're throwing the AA engine in the vehicle. Not sure if they're actually going to run it or not. That part I didn't get clarification on. On course now, it is an A gas-altered 1969. That is a 1969 Camaro. Fred behind the controls. Midwest Metals is the entry. Class record is 251.120. I know what's wrong with it. You ain't got no gas in it. Okay, done with the jokes. Vehicle 1969 still on course through the mile 2 at 115.232. Mile 3, waiting, waiting, waiting. I think it's safe to assume that he didn't make it to mile 3 and it's a turnout. That's for car number 1969. That 3,000cc motorcycle was a turnout, guys, just in case you were wondering. Up on course now is vehicle 348. That is an F-engine MGT. That is a entry name of 48 2004 GT. It is an open record. Takanabu is the driver on this one. Watanabe. Takanabu Watanabe. Again, running on an open class that is FMGT. Gonna have a happy camper. Mile 2, 151.331, and mile 3 at 162.570. Take it to impound. Not sure if that was a qualifying run or if that was a certification run. I think he ran yesterday, but I didn't get a time on yesterday. Let's see if we can figure that out. 348 vehicle number. Let's see. Oh yeah, 348. He ran a 159 at a mile 3 yesterday. 8:10, or was that this morning? That was this morning. Yesterday was a 145. Looks like that was a certification run on that Nissan, or Datsun, excuse me, Datsun. On course now, vehicle 836. This is a D-engine street roadster, MT High Life Roadster with Mark Gibbs behind the controls. Record is 222.460. Mark is visiting the Salt from Montana. We have Josh Gibbs as crew chief, Joe, Keela, Amy, and Andre as crew members, and this is a family affair. Through mile 2 at 108.350. Wind is starting to pick up out of the west, southwest. Mile 3, 111.004 for vehicle 836. And that is a 301 cubic inch Chevrolet that they were sporting in their 1927 Ford Street Roadster. Sounding awesome online now is vehicle number 776. That is a C Gas Roadster. American Speed is the entry. Dennis Kelso behind the controls. And record is 258.800. right, guys, we should be back up. Man, what a shocker that is. I go to plug in my phone power supply into this power strip. I thought I blew it out efficiently because I left it up here on this gallows trailer last night, and it rained and wind blew, so it fell to the salt. And this morning I thought for sure I took enough canned air to the inside of the power strip. When I went to go plug it in, it violently let me know that it wasn't happy. So I had to sit here and reboot everything and get a new power strip and plug it all in. Anyhow, there you go, guys. Trials and tribulations. Everything was going smooth right up until I said, hey, I need to charge my phone. Here we go. On course now, vehicle number 6302. We got Will Willis is the entry. Record is 170.770. Mile 2 speed is 132.220 or 202. Running on a C license. Mile 3, 144.563. Lunch was just brought to me for the first time in a couple of days. I'm going to try to chow down on this while I help you guys through the day. If you're curious about a time on something, put it in chat. I think we missed about 3 or 4 vehicles on that deal. Fighting its way, clawing its way onto the course. Car number 803 Run, finally roaring to life with Bryant Racing. Dan Bryant behind the controls. Class record is 227.520. This is a B engine and a blown gas rear modified roadster. Running again on a 227 class record. These guys come all the way from Redding, California to the Salt. We got Dan Bryant as crew chief and Tim Bryant as crew. Charlie Holt also as crew on the 8031 team. Engine size is a 427 cubic inch dart. Through mile 2, 171.714. Does he have enough to get to 228? Not quite. Mile 3, 184.634 for car 8031. Robert, the Tesla motor Jack Costello liner ran 219.580. Once again, 219.580 for that EV Streamliner. On course now, 8153. No information on this car. .153 went through the trap. Mile 2 at 114.106. Mile 3 at 122.881 for vehicle 8153. And thanks for our friends in chat. This is the Hudson Boys Racing entry. Thank you guys. Much appreciate the deal there. What did Speed Demon run today? Speed Demon has not run today. I don't know if they plan to run. I know that they stuffed the AAA, or excuse me, the AA engine into Speed Demon. I've yet to see them. I've yet to. Mustang, car number 755. .7555 is the car number on that. .434 cubic inch loud V8. It's a 1990 vintage Ford. That is in fuel altered. And that is Bernard Watson is the driver, and Elisa is alternate, and Richard is crew chief. Just spotted Steve Watt on the ground. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm going to go get some information from Demon. I don't know if you guys heard number 49 or not, but it sounded like maybe the transmission blew up or something. RPM went up high and didn't sound like it continued the run, and I don't see anything exciting happening on that. And my assumptions are completely wrong. What are the first 3 letters of assume? He made it to mile 2 at 106.867. Okay, then he just missed a shift. That's all it was.
Everyone else grabs their seats.
We were having fun with JD Tone yesterday with having the vehicle in race mode, meaning it was in reverse on the push truck for some reason. Didn't get a chance to really find out why that was the case, but definitely was entertaining for all of us spectators. All right, had a chance to talk with Chris and Steve from the Speed Demon team, as you probably saw, and they've got the AA engine in, and they're gonna play the racing game. So any of you guys with the long wheelbase cars think that you can push your team friends to try to throw a 300 mile an hour pass, get it going, because they're potentially not going to run unless someone else gets to that 333 mile an hour they run. They want to, obviously they want to hold that hot rod trophy. So there we go. They're waiting in the folds to run Speed Demon with the AA. Oh, if you're wondering about that drone footage, that's my buddy Nick over at Church of Speed. That's where you're probably going to be able to see that drone footage. He's not doing any live streaming, but he definitely does some YouTube and TikTok stuff, so he has a lot of fun doing that. If I had a bunch of extra money, I'd just pay him to shoot those shots for us and include them somehow. Be really cool. All right, I'm going to try to finish my lunch here. And yes, to answer your question on the starter, Jill is chief starter, and you have Nick as secondary. That is correct. We did have a new starter yesterday, trying it out for his first time. Not sure if he'll continue with that or not. That was a great sounding vehicle. Ken Huff, 776, ran 167 in mile 3 with his C-Gas Roadster. On course now. 1942 vehicle number. That's an XO Vintage Gas Competition Coupe. 1 6-pack to go. That's Gary and Jeremy Cope. Class record is 163.290. These guys come from Auburn, California. Gary Cope is crew chief, and Matt's Devlin, Buffalo, and Gary as crew members. And this is a 302 GMC inline 6 powered 1942 Chevrolet Aero sedan, enjoying some time on the salt, looking for that 163 class record. And so close through mile 2 at 144 and mile 3 at 156.579. Really close to that 163 record. Keep at it, guys. You're right there. Radical Ralph Russo, Kennedy or Pat, anyone seen them? Yeah, they're floating around the salt. They're here doing their job. Kennedy ran his car earlier, or no, he did not. I'm sorry, he didn't run his car earlier. He's floating around in his truck, and so's Pat. They're out there doing a bang-up job keeping this event going for everybody. Killdozer. Now I've got some ice cream here to enjoy after my lunch. I was definitely well taken care of. Nice juicy hot dog from the Enola Gay Cafe. And now I've got a vanilla and chocolate ice cream and a bag of barbecue chips. All from the Enola Gay Cafe, I do believe. Yay me. And it is a hot day right now. Stuff is, it's actually really a lot hotter today, it feels like, than days past. And I just got chocolate on my little carpet. That sucks. Let's see if I can look at Right now it's 89, almost 90 degrees with 16% humidity, but I'll tell you, it feels a lot hotter today than it has days past. If I don't have a fan blowing directly on everything, it just heats up just by being here. I got a pack of AA sitting over here and a pack just sitting on the table out of the sun, and they're warm like they've been sitting in the microwave. Jack Bright 510 Racing. Is that the car number, 510? Oh, yeah, that's the S10, isn't it? 1 second. Let's see if I can get that. Speed on 510, mile 2 was 166.970, and mile 3 was 184.204. And of course, for the rest of you guys, truck number 510, or excuse me, car number 510, no, truck number 510, geez. That's a Chevrolet S10 C motor, blown fuel, modified mini pickup, and that's a pretty cool little S10. I think that one had, was that the one, that was the one that had the Cummins inline 4, if I remember correctly. Currently on course, we have a bike, 1920. Ooh, this is entertaining. This is a 2000cc modified, partially streamlined. It's an Indian motorcycle. And went through mile 2 at 166.690 and mile 3 at 182.799. Wow, that's a qualifying run, I believe. The record is 182.190, and he went through mile 3 at 189.799, pushing that record up just a little bit. He's got to back that up if it isn't already a backup run. No, 16% on the humidity. 16. Oh, that's right. It's the Turbo 6. Yes. Forgot about that. That's right. That's the 6-liter with the turbo. All right, fine. We'll do a fun little shout out for Val. Shout out to Frank Brown Backhoes for letting Val Fenn hang out and listen to Land Speed Racing. I guess she's supposed to be out at this location, and instead she's enjoying the AC, kicking back, hopefully with a good cocktail, doing her work, and enjoying the sights and sounds of Bonneville Speeedweek 2023, the 75th anniversary of Speeedweek. Yes, truck 1919, that's right, that was the I-4. Sometimes all this stuff blends together. I don't know why it does. But then a couple days later, I bet if you asked me that question, I would probably remember to the T. I don't know what that's about. Being in the moment, maybe that's it. Up next is car number 59. I don't have any data on car 59. Let's see if my book has anything in it. And we got some guy approaching the course that shouldn't be there. That's pretty dangerous. Someone not paying attention, realizing they're in a place where they don't belong. Anyhow, Let's see, car 59. Since I don't have any information, let's actually peek around my curtain here and see if I can speak intelligently. Where is vehicle 59? Must be the roadster hidden behind the truck. Is that the deal?
It didn't quite start. It got started a little bit and then quit, like the fuel's not on.
No, there's someone was on the track. Some spectator trying to cross the track. That's what it looked like anyway. Some vehicle moving that shouldn't have been moving. Vehicle 59. All right, this is a good opportunity, I think, to get the roving camera out since we don't have info on 59 and go down and check it out. How's that? I'm gonna go down in the pits. My legs are gonna burn like heck, but that's fine. All right, let's switch it up here, guys. We'll see you down on the start line. God, does that sound amazing. And a time for White Goose Bar, Keith Peterson, mile number 2, 141.581, and mile 3 at 133.180. If you heard it, that was some really clean shifting on that one. Sounded a lot better than it had in the days past, that's for sure. And I do believe that is a certifying run. Take it to impound, guys. Congratulations. Bike 4220, let's find out. Sorry, James. Let's get that run real quick. Bike number 4220. Sadly, that was a turnout, it looks like. Didn't make it to the mile. Any other requests on times that I missed while I was down playing on the start line? By the way, we're on that discussion of fuel that we had earlier. It's interesting to note that the White Goose Bar exhaust was starting to burn my eyes like they were running nitro, and I thought that was really interesting, but it didn't smell like nitro. Thought for a second, I had sweat dripping down into my eyes or something, and it really wasn't the case. It was the nitro coming out of the exhaust. Anyway, or I shouldn't say nitro, whatever it is, the fuel it is that they were running, it was definitely an eye irritant. Yeah, we're shutting down. We're not shutting down racing at 3:30, but we are shutting down the staging lanes, which means, we're going to try to get out of here maybe at a decent hour, potentially. Time is it? It is local time. 3:15 local time, which is Mountain Daylight Time. So, yeah, we're going to run what we have in line now, it looks like, or excuse me, whatever we get in 15 minutes, and then staging lanes are closed, and whatever's left is what we run, and we stay until we run what's in line. Hopefully it's not till 7 o'clock again. I'd like to have a decent night's rest, but hey, either way, it doesn't matter. We're here. We only get to do this a few times a year. Going for a cruise on the Bonneville Salt Flats. Vehicle number 4510. That is an XF gas modified roadster. The Salty Bitch is the name of the entry. Mike Wagner is at the wheel and at the controls. Record for this class is 166.350, and that is vehicle 4510 on course. Mike comes all the way from Milford, Ohio to come run his car on the Salt. His crew chief, Aaron, Jim, his crew, Jesse, Jake, and Brian, all crew coming out to support Mike's efforts. And this is a 1926 vintage Ford sporting a 304 cubic inch Ford Oh, I think I was talking while I was muted, maybe. 59, let's go back to vehicle 59. Again, vehicle 59 ran 113 through mile 2 and then was a turnout. And then 4510 ran 116 and through mile 3, 127. Now, bike number 1355, running in 750cc class. That is Rio Tomasato. Wow. Record is 116.170. This is a 750cc motorcycle. And that is APS, which is Special Construction Partial Streamline, VG, which is vintage gas. Rio-san behind the wheel on this run. Rio-san through the traps at mile 2, 114.923, running on a 116.170 record. Will he make it to mile 3 and try? Time will tell. Time will tell. Let's see. So close to that 116.170 record. Nope, he turned out at the second mile, so ran a 114 on a 116 record for bike number 1355. On course now, the Flying Pickle, Tom Krieger, running on a record of 179.900 for H-engine blown gas coupe. Off the push truck and away he goes. And it is a backwards opening door vehicle. We got up close and personal on the stream or on the rovering cam just a little bit ago, and he's powering his Pickle with a 1340cc engine, Suzuki engine, and that is a 1959 Saab, if you don't already know. Tom has a crew chief, Marinus, Larry, Anton, Dan, and Brian. Sponsors are the Squealers, Extreme Turbo Systems, and Trackside Tires. I think the Pickle was a turnout. Such a bummer. They come to us from Battleground, Washington. Oh, Joel, we'll go back to the White Goose Bar. Absolutely. I think I announced them, but maybe I didn't. White Goose Bar, mile 2, 141.581. Mile 3 at 133.180. I do believe that either qualifies him or it allows him, or no, it doesn't qualify him, excuse me. That seals in the deal on the record for him. That was his second run on that record. And he gets to go to Impound and collect a new record at Bonneville. And that is, just in case you guys don't know, that is a blown fuel modified mini pickup vehicle 2111. Ron Compton, yes, the liner 666 did make a run earlier today. Someone needs to claim their pickle somewhere down near the return road at mile 2. He didn't quite make it far enough onto the return road, so we're being held up for half a second. Please come pick up your lost pickle at the return road of mile 2. Ah, so much fun. Jerry, there will be a day 4. Excuse me. There will be a day 4. Rumor was we were going to run a full day on Friday, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. Judging by the weather forecast, it looks like by the afternoon there's a prediction of rain. So I don't know. Next time I see Billy, I'll give him an ask and see if we're going to run the full day or the half day on Friday. But we're definitely running on Friday. For at least half the day that I am familiar with. And yeah, there you go. And we just got word staging lanes are closed. So what we have in line now is what we get to run. Yeah. It's right there on the ball, and then the one over there. There's one there, and then look to the right of the course. Yeah. Why? Oh, good. You can do it to that, and there's a microphone on that one. Please don't. They'll just kick me off. Vehicle 997 through the second mile at 111.288 and through the third mile at 118.508, running on a 167 class record. On course now, car number 7663. This is Stringfellow and Kirk. Come on, baby. Donnie Stringfellow behind the controls on this run. That is a C American Iron Roadster. Come on. And something's not quite right. The thing didn't fire up. And they parked it on course, favoring the left side. Something didn't go exactly as planned on that one. Let's see if they figure it out. And they're back in the truck. They're pushing it. And pushing it some more. And we're turning off. Damn. Such a bummer. Couldn't get it going for Stringfellow and Kirk. This is the second time this vehicle has done that. He gets a little burp and you can hear the wastegate on that turbo kick in. It's really kind of cool. Vehicle 4801 on course now. That is an A engine. That is a blown gas competition coupe. F&B Jensen Racing is the entry with Ian Northeast behind the controls. Class record is 258.380. Vehicle number 4801. He's sporting a 496 cubic inch Chrysler V8 in his 1965 Jensen. They come to us from Surrey, United Kingdom. And that's Ian again behind the controls. Crew chief is Andy. Bruce is crew, Peter, and Harry. Can I turn the AC back on? They get that air pointed back at the iPad before it overheats on us. Everything sitting around just is warming up crispy like, and it's not super hot, it's just sunny. Okay, through mile 2 for 4801, 124.590, and turned out after mile 2. Next up is going to be vehicle 964. That's a ECPS. This is a entry is Boxleyan 964 Air Cool. Robert behind the controls as I hack up his last name. Record is 141.450. Haven't looked at the chat in a bit. Let's take a peek there. Check out the truck 778. This is his 4th run. That's a good point. Is he back up here? I didn't see him. But I know that 77. Oh. We'll get back to that in a minute. Corvair. It's a classic production. Classic production sports. Vehicle 964 currently on course with Robert behind the controls, going through mile 2 at 93.515 on a 141 class record. They come to Bonneville from Arizona. Crew chief is Tom. Crew is Carey and Warren. That is a 1966 Corvair running 173 cubic inch engine. And that is an air-cooled engine. And turnout on the Corvair after mile 2. On course now, vehicle 541, and this is an XF vintage gas coupe. The Grim Reefer is the entry. David Angle behind the controls. Record is 132.880. It sounds like it is running fat and has never cleared out. I'm sure he's down at the 2 by this point, or the 1. No, I can see him. He's at the 1 on his way to the 2. David comes from Magna, Utah to come out and race on the Salt Flats. Crew chief is Arden. Crew members is Kevin, Jamie, and Ian helping him out on this. And that's a 1941 Nash with a 253 cubic inch Ford. .541 makes it through mile 2 at 60.507. Yeah, Tommy, I will, I guess I should do that. I got a little bit of house cleaning I got to do anyway. Some homework here. I got to stop calling it house cleaning. Homework is what I need to do. I need to give another shout out to our SCTA sponsors. Air down and disconnect. Yeah, I don't know if this will be at World of Speed or not. I think World of Speed conflicts with another event. We'll see. Yep, Chris, that's right. The next event will be El Mirage. That is correct. Hey, welcome back, John Wiley. Double. Yum. And mile 2 for vehicle 541 is 64.220. Not much of a gain there. It sounded like it was running super rich. Next up, bike number 1217. It's a 100cc modified PG. I'm going to say pushrod gas. And the book says pushrod gas. Could have easily been production. Gotta love the motorcycles. All right, because Tommy Shaw asked, once again, well, not once again, but just as a reminder, this is the live feed for Bonneville Speedweek, hosted by Southern California Timing Association, Bonneville Nationals Incorporated. This is the 75th anniversary of Speedweek. Sponsors for this event are White, wow, see, I did it again. I've been doing it the whole weekend. White Knuckler Brand, whiteknucklerbrand.com, Speedway Motors, Speedway Motors Museum, Goodyear Racing, Speed Demon, ARP, Good Guys, Safety Clean, the American Hot Rod Foundation, VP Racing, Crowler, and Performance Plus. These are our sponsors for Speeweek, not necessarily for the channel, but for Speeweek. Visit their website, send them an email, thank them for supporting this event. Here we go, Belly Tinker 107, a little sideways off the push truck, and away he goes. Have a soft spot for belly tankers. This is XF Gas Lakester with Nicholas behind the controls, running on a 196 class record. Now that I've introduced all the sponsors for Speeweek, in case you missed it, my name is Tim Johnson, and I am your commentator, chat partner, live stream producer, call it however you'd like to call it. And I do, so a little bit of background since Tommy asked, I do the announcing at El Mirage, as well as a live stream at El Mirage. It's super, super tough to announce at El Mirage. Excuse me, it's super, super tough to live stream at El Mirage. And used to crew. Gas Lakester 107 went through mile 2 at 138 and mile 3 at 143. That was vehicle 107. And back to the history there. So I announce at El Mirage, and I also do a live stream at El Mirage. And used to crew for Lindsley Leggett, Larry Lindsley and family. We raced a Firebird both at El Mirage and Bonneville. A lot of the El Mirage records still stand to this day. It's been almost 23 years, 22 years that they've stood. And we won points champion in 2001, which is really cool. And as you guys already know, I love photography and a little bit of videography. I love hot rods. I'm big into that, as well as a pilot. So there's a little bit of the background there for you, Tommy Shaw, and anyone else who is just curious. All right, time to get down to the start line and do a little bit of camera work there. We've got the Real Street team down there. I'd like for you guys to get up close and personal to that car. Here we go. See you down on the start line. On course now, car 4649, as you saw just a second ago, that was a production Dodge Challenger. Entry to that is 48 Hemi Challenger with Takashi behind the controls, and that is a 228 mile an hour record held by Robert Cohn. And that record was set back in 2008 by a Monza, 79 Chevrolet Monza. Pretty cool. A little bit of land speed racing history here. See how they do through the first mile at 87.768. I don't think they're going to make up 100 miles an hour in a mile, so they got a long way to go, Mr. Cohn. You
have somebody in the gas station.
Your record is safe, I think, right about now. And it just so happens I got a guy sitting up here next to me that Dodge Challenger is running on his record right now. That record hasn't been touched again since 2008. Should be interesting to see if Tumbleweed Racing there manages to figure out the secret sauce. All right, cool my phone off here before I take a look at the chat to see what I missed. Oh, yes, Tommy. I apologize. Apologize on not saying anything on being out there, but as you can probably hear right now, there's going to be a little bit of a weird echo. So if I had the microphone on the rovering camera, it seems to produce a little bit of issue, I think. I'll try it again, but I think yesterday it produced some weird echo. Bike 691, let me take a look. Bike 691, there. Bike 691. You may not have missed it. I don't see it here in the last couple of hours here maybe, so I think you're safe on Bike 691. Bike 91 with a 2-mile speed of 101.123, running on 104 mile an hour record at Sushi Sui behind the controls. And again, that's Bike 91. And sounds like it was a turnout after mile 2. Didn't quite get to that 104 mile an hour record. Yeah, I could definitely do that, Tommy. Problem is, it's a catch-22. I mean, it really is. I like to have the ambient, and I could probably, I don't know how to. I'll just do it. How's that? We'll just leave the ambient on because I know everyone loves to have that ambient, and I'll just turn the mic on the rovering camera. That way you can get a little bit of commentary along the way. Yeah, I can't say if car 400 is new, John. I swear I'd seen this car somewhere before. Thought I saw it last year, but definitely a late entry. He's not he doesn't have a pre-entry, so he could very well be new. On course now. Sounding like he's heading to Cook's Corner. On course now, bike number 691. It's 1,000 cc. That is Daniel De Soucy behind the controls. Class record is 150. And that is a pushrod engine on fuel. Class record again is 150.150. Oh, wait. They just changed. There we go. All right, I got it. Computer was glitching out there for a second, making me think I was announcing the wrong deal. Ah, okay, good to note there, guys. Maybe that's because I left the, I remember what happened now yesterday. I left my headset mic around my neck, and it was not muted, so that's probably why it went to garbage. Okay, that makes sense. Two-mile speed on 691 is 108.049. 691. Waiting on mile 3. Will he go for mile 3? Nope. Won't be going for mile 3. Oh, that's unfortunate. Bike number 691 will we'll need to make that run again. Unfortunately, something happened with the mile 3 sensor at that moment. We got our guy rushing out to that sensor right now to go double check on it and make sure it's okay. This is probably a good opportunity to do some more housework. Bear with me, guys. We're gonna run 3 commercials here for not our sponsors, but for Speeweek sponsors. We'll be right back after these 3 messages from some of Speeweek's sponsors. Sit back and enjoy.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
They don't make things like they used to, but we do. White Knuckler brand is steeped in American tradition, building classic, made in the USA products with traditional materials like leather, wood, wool, brass, and steel. See the entire line of hot rod and horsepower-inspired American-made goods at whiteknucklerbrand.com.
He's in the trap now at 6,500. The best he can do. He's out. His time, car 138C turned at 151.06.
Housework there to make sure we keep SCTA sponsors nice and happy. Definitely something that needs to be done. That way, without all these awesome sponsors for Speeweek, Speeweek wouldn't happen, right? We wouldn't see all this cool racing. It would just be a rich man's game, pretty much. So, anyhow, once again, Tim Johnson, your live stream host, announcer, however you want to put it. We went through my bio earlier. I try to keep as modest as possible and quiet as possible, so I won't go through it again unless someone decides they want to ask. But anyhow, appreciate all of you sticking with it and joining in. It's been an awesome, I don't know, 9 days, 8 days so far, where it's ups and downs. There needs to be a definite giant shout out to the SCTA board, Bill and crew, because they worked really, really hard to get this event to go, right? I mean, we had to shorten the course. We had to do what it took, or they had to do what it took to get a track running so that everyone can at least get some runs in, enjoy their time, and it wasn't a complete wasted effort like last year where it was just a complete rain out. There was nothing. You needed a jet boat or swamp buggies or something, and you could have had a race, but definitely not land speed cars. This year we have enough salt to be able to run enough cars, and there's a couple of big guys that have stuck around to try it out, see if they can set a big time. Speaking of that, Speed Demon, I talked to Steve Watt and Chris down on the start line not too long ago, and they've got the AA engine in Speed Demon, but they're not really planning to run it unless someone threatens the 3:33 time that they already have. So there you go. Again, I super appreciate that all of you have tuned in and to check out Speeweek live. This is the 75th running of Speeweek. And it is SCTA and BNI, Southern California Timing Association, and BNI, Bonneville Nationals. I got a fly flying around in here. Go away. SCTA-BNI.org is the official website. Visit it, check it out. There are a history of times, records, pictures, schedules, all sorts of stuff on that website. And of course, the live stream is hosted on lsrlive.com, and we'll be hosting these live streams for El Mirage and Bonneville, hopefully for quite a while. Let's see, what else is there? I think that's it. I'm gonna... Oh, like and subscribe if you would. Last thing. This seems, almost self-serving, but not really. It's kind of important. Make sure you give the video a thumbs up, and also please subscribe to the channel if you would. When you do, you'll get a notification on when our next live stream will be, and or when one starts. So probably a nice thing to have. Anyhow, I'm going to get my face off this and give you back the beautiful video of the start line. All right, so it looks like that timing light issue may be a little bit more of a issue than something simple. So we're going to be on a temporary course hold for just a moment, guys, while we figure this out. In the meantime, I don't know if I'm going to walk the line, figure out what to do next here for a minute. Give me a minute to look at this, evaluate, see how much time we have. I'm trying to keep out of the sun as much as possible because I'm already a lobster. Hold tight if you would while they sort through these technical issues. Once again, we are on temporary course hold. We're experiencing a wire break on the timing light at the 3rd mile. And SCTA is working at it right now to get it clean or fixed and on its way. Why do I have a fly? I thought nothing lived on Bonneville. Anyone have any chopsticks? Try to catch a fly. All right, might as well look at the chat while we're sitting here. See who is saying what. How we doing out there? Sunscreen. Oh, I guess I need to back up a little bit. Thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you, Ross Douglas. Really appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. And definitely perseverance is required, I think, for Speeedweek 2023. The 75th anniversary of Speeedweek didn't happen without some sort of perseverance, grit, and I'll tell you, the weather doesn't want to stop you. It's something else. It's definitely really interesting. I mean, it's just like this morning, my little issue. I wouldn't have, well, I shouldn't have said I wouldn't have thought, but I definitely thought I made the right provisions. I mean, that power strip definitely was a shocking experience, especially after I had blown it out and thought I properly got it all taken care of, but evidently it had a little problem waiting for me, like a snake in the grass. But hey, you know, push through, keep going. Talked to Bill, president of FCTA, BNI, a little while ago. And you know, all you can do is manage as required and keep pushing forward. That's it. You know, wind last night was brutal. It knocked this trailer off its jack stands and pushed it about 5 feet into the salt, 5 or 6 feet into the salt. Oh, you know, it's a good. That's a good question, Radical Ralph. It's funny that you bring that up because I had a really fun experience with the Rice brothers last night. After I packed my stuff up, I helped them pull some cables yesterday, and it was really interesting. We were talking about timing systems and things of that nature, and some of the issue with radio is you have to have, it gets expensive because you have to have clocks inside each light, right? And then you have to make sure there isn't any RF interference, all that fun stuff. Turns into something that's a little bit more complicated, obviously, but it's definitely an interesting conversation. All right, moving on. Insects. Let's see. Flies. People bring the insects in with their. Yeah, this is true. They do. Don't understand why there's a fly, but there it is. It's buzzing around here, and it found me. I took a shower this morning, so I don't know why it's over here. It's probably the hot dog remnants that I ate. That it's probably smelling. Anyway, Bonneville horseflies are no joke. I don't know if anyone knows anything about Chino, California. Those flies were pretty gnarly. If you ever been to Chino, California, those flies, they poop or they puke. They leave little black dots on everything they land on. That's crazy. There were 300 entries this year, Chris. Chris Raleigh. My brain's burnt, but I think, yeah, my brain's burnt. I can't think of previous years and how many cars. Could look back in history on that and look at entries. What did the WGBZ run? Oh, the Real Street guys, you know? I don't know. Let's look. First of all, I got to remember what the number was. I think it was 2008, was it not? Let's see. That class doesn't look correct. Was it 2008? Who was, shoot. I don't think it was 2008. I'm trying to remember the number on the Real Street Z. I don't remember the number. I thought it was 2008, but I can't tell for sure because there isn't a class listed on the time slip. Have to come back to that question. Spectators this year, Chris, it's interesting this year. There aren't a whole lot of spectators being allowed onto the salt, and this is towards the end of the week anyway, so most spectators have left. So usually there's tons of spectators on the start line kicking back, watching, all that fun stuff. Tons of cars and tents on the start line. But due to the nature of the salt, there was a lot of pushback, I think, on having spectators. Have you ever rolled up the wires? Day's work for sure. Yeah, you know, I'm glad that's not my job. I would probably find a really easy way to do that too, and I'm sure there is some real cool, easy way that someone's come up with. But I mean, as an example, when I first started this live stream at El Mirage, I was doing Ethernet cable, and I was using a motor drill on a spool to wind up the wire, and that was working out fairly good. Yeah, if you want bugs, come to Maine. It's good. That's a good one. I wonder if 3240. Thank you. We'll look at that in just a second. Thanks, guys. I don't know why I was thinking 2008. It just sounded good. There you go. I don't know. What about Florida for bugs? I mean, that's the only state that I can think of that has to put a screen around their back porch to keep from getting eaten. But then we're talking about a state that requires you to clear the pool of alligators before you go swimming. Will there be racing tomorrow? Yes, Matthew Brown, there will be racing tomorrow, starting at the normal time. And if I understand correctly, we might be running a full day tomorrow, or we might be running up until noon. They're going to push record return runs first, and then after that, whoever wants to run will be able to run. And if there isn't any time for record return runs, I think you might be SOL. I could be wrong on that, but it seems about right. All right, 3240, 3240. There we go. They ran 3240. Mile 2 was 160.464, and mile 3 was 202.614. And that is blown fuel. Blown Fuel Modified Sports is the class. They're running an F engine. They're running on a record. Snedeker is the gentleman who owns the record currently. Set back in 2011. The record is 220.626. So they're a little off pace there, 20 miles an hour off or so. And the entry was Pam Cole. Dwayne Cole was the entry for the current record in F Blown Fuel Modified Sports. And when they ran, it was 91.1 degrees. Humidity is 14%, 14%. Density altitude is 7,285 feet. How much horsepower do you lose, normally aspirated guys? At 7,285 feet, your manifold pressure has got to be fairly low. Minnesota state bird is a mosquito. That's awesome. Let's see, am I on 5G? Well, not the 5G you think necessarily. I'm on a long-range 5G, which is on the 600 gigahertz band. That's, what is that? I think that is category 21, category 22, 21, something like that. And let's see, 30%. What are we talking about on 30%? What did I miss? Blue Dog 73 or 373. Thinking back, so you're saying that's a 30% loss in horsepower with a density altitude of 7,000 feet. Interesting. Interesting. Is there a mathematical formula that we can look at for something like that? Mark. Mark. Will the last bike run again since the sensor blew? Yes, Mary, absolutely. I'm assuming that's your husband here that's running, or a family member. And tell me, if you heard me earlier, did I hack up that last name? Because I feel like I did. Anyway, that bike, yes, that will be able to come back around straight to the front of the line per the rules, and get to run again. So his day is not lost, absolutely. 5% per 1,000 horsepower. I feel like for some reason I should know that. You know, it's kind of like the lapse rate of temperature. 2 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 feet of ascent. Minus 2 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 feet of ascent. Chris, you're back in Wendover. Lucky you. Enjoy that AC. Oh, Chris, there's only one cell provider right now that's doing that long-range 5G, and that's T-Mobile. It was actually originally designed by Sprint, and of course T-Mobile bought Sprint out. So there you go. Jerry, sadly, yeah, well, I shouldn't say sadly. I don't know, man. I like the 93. I don't know. I hate the idea of burning 12 hours of my life to travel when it only takes me 4 hours in an airplane. And I'll tell you, you know, as I age, I've been really having a hard time with time and logistics, meaning that I feel like it's a giant waste of life sitting in a car in traffic somewhere. It just bugs me to no end, and I don't want any regrets in life. So that's probably why I drive so fast. So anyhow, I didn't fly. Plus, on top of that, even if I did want to fly, I'd have to fly to Salt Lake City because Wendover was actually closed. They're repaving the runways right now at Wendover Airport and making them all nice. So I still wanted to fly. And, you know, what's funny, too, is this year I brought way more equipment than I needed because I didn't know what would fail, what wouldn't fail. And I'm sort of glad I did because there's a couple of pieces of equipment that, had I not brought them, I would be dead in the water. Let's start with the spare power strip as an example. Let's see. Do you speed on bike 1800, the Goldwing? Oh yeah, the Goldwing with the sidecar. I don't recall, but let me go back in time here and take a look. Car number 18 or bike number 1800. Let's take a peek at that. Glad you guys are all chiming in chat. That way we have something to talk about. I'm not the kind of guy that likes to sit there and blab on about nothing. Love to have productive conversation. Alright, trying to find bike number 1800. Alright, let's just go by vehicle number since I can't find it by run because I think it's been a while since he ran. Let's look for bike 1800. Bike 1800, run number 4. Run number 4. And for all of you that don't know, bike 1800 is a 2000cc sidecar bike. Let's see, it's missing part of the class on this time slip for some reason. Whatever. Let's see. Mile 2 speed was 109.222. And mile 3 was 98.914. Because I don't know what engine he was running, I can't accurately look at the class. The time slip gets cut off on that point. I wonder if that's because I'm zoomed in or out on the time slip. Let's find out if I can even see my mouse. It's so bright out here. There we go. Font. No, it's not following the font, so damn. Oh well. Anyway, earlier in the day, if just you're curious, let's see, earlier in the day, his third run at Speeedweek. Mile 2 was 113.579. Mile 3 was 113.811 for bike 1800. And then his second run of Speeedweek, which was on the 9th, which was yesterday, he ran a 120 at mile 2 and 125 at mile 3. If I knew what the engine class was, I could look up the record, see if he qualified for the record. And then his first run of Speeedweek, which was on the 9th, 118.676 and 121.572. There you go for bike 1800. Ah, it's your son watching from New Jersey. Nice, Mary. Appreciate you tuning in. Wind over room on short notice, so not rain, not all bad news. Yep. Great job there, Chris. Back out for World of Speed and World Finals. So watching the last days of Speeedweek from home. Thank you guys. Grew up in Orange and used to ride our Harley-Davidson bikes to Cook's Corner in Silverado Canyon. Yes, there's at least one person watching that got my Cook's Corner comment. I'm sure half of you guys, okay, I got to explain that. So half of you guys are probably scratching your head. What does he mean taking a cruise to Cook's Corner? Well, in South Orange County, once upon a time, Cook's Corner was a really well-known biker bar. Pretty much all the biker gangs, I'm going to call them outlaw biker gangs, would go to this bar. And I don't know, if I remember correctly, I think it was kind of neutral territory or something. I can't say for sure. I'm not an expert in that area. But I do remember vividly as a kid, my dad and I would go at least once a month. And used to be this bartender that had a parrot on his shoulder and all sorts of bird poop down his back because you got a parrot on your shoulder. Of course, this was in the 80s. And nowadays it's pretty much filled with a bunch of bikers that are school teachers and principals and things of that nature, right? Not to talk ill, I'm not trying to be mean. Every so often you'll see a Hell's Angel roam through, or a Vogel, or name your other well-known biker gang, right? So generally, if you sit on Santiago Canyon Road, you can listen to the Harleys rumble in the canyon, and it kind of resembles the sound of a run of a Harley kind of shifting gears and heading down course. There's my reference to Cook's Corner. Kind of happy to see there's at least one person that understands the reference. All right, let's see, moving on. Speed for Alex Taylor today. I don't think Alex Taylor ran today. If I understood correctly, I think someone said in chat earlier today that they're at some other race or something, and they might fly back in. I don't know accurately, but all I know is I remember reading that they went to another race. Let's see. Do you happen to have record for Jessel set in, the modified pickup truck, 444? Yeah, I think you got the number right on that. Let's go back in time and look at that last. I don't know what the exact record is at the moment, but I can definitely look up what he ran last. How's that? Their third run, that is the Jessel fuel modified pickup. Mile 2, 170.209, 187.051 through the third mile. On their second run, they ran a 165 through the second mile and 171 through the third. Their first run of the day was a turnout after mile 2, which was a 133.638. There you go. And for kicks and grins, let's look up the record for B engine fuel modified pickup. B engine fuel modified pickup, currently owned by Lil Bit O Racing, L Lancaster, set back in 2020. 183.496. And it looks to me like they qualified on their third run for that record, so they should be in line for a certifying pass. Looking around down the line, I don't see the truck in line anywhere. Maybe it's out of my purview. Maybe they couldn't get it to the line in time. I can't quite tell. I don't see the Jessel truck anywhere in line right now, which is disappointing. Maybe they'll run tomorrow for that certifying pass. I hope so, because they qualified for it, if I'm looking at the rule book correctly. Just got wind that the wire is fixed, so we can get the race back running again and get the last few people that are in line down the track. Currently local time is 5 p.m. and interesting. There you go. There's the time on the Jessel truck. Anything else here in chat that I can look at before we start running? Oh, please excuse my ignorance. What is the holdup? Oh, Ming, I just mentioned it. The holdup on the track was a timing system issue. One of the wires somehow or another broke on one of the lights. Let's see, and we'll be running again here shortly. I just got word that we're going to start firing up, kicking tires and lighting fires. I see that we're getting people strapped back in potentially, or maybe not. I see him taking his he's taking his suit off again. Starters are in a bundle, so I think they're about ready to go. That's going to be a minute, I think. I think they may have done some tests or something, and they're still waiting. So we'll wait a second here. All right, back to the chat. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. All right, Ming, okay. Driving regular vehicle, a drag, driving on a hot rod, however, somewhat more rewarding. You know, you're right, Tommy. I had this, all right, fun story. Meaningless to everybody, but still a fun story nonetheless. So I flew my airplane into El Mirage, I think it was in May of last year or May of this year. I think it was May of this year for the May event. Parked my airplane off to the side like I like to do, and saw a hot rod parked off on the other side of the start line, and I said, how cool would it be? Said to myself, how cool would it be to get a photo of a hot rod under the wing of my car? Well, got that photo, said photo. As it turns out, the lady that owns said car loves her hot rod. She drove to Bonneville last year in that hot rod from California, 12 hours, open air, nothing but you, a steering wheel, a gas pedal, maybe a brake, a shifter, open air, all the way to Bonneville. I was laughing. Oh, and by the way, this woman is in the seasoned citizen category, and it gives me a shit-eating grin every time I think about it. And she came up again to Bonneville this year and was bringing up another friend, and I got this fun visual of both of them in the hot rod cruising up together. But this year she cruised up in the truck rather than in her hot rod. So anyway, there's a shortened long story that could be kind of like Grandpa Simpson's never-ending story. All right, following an old guy from New Jersey that drove his open roadster pickup. He's been coming since the 60s. Oh, wow, that's incredible. CE Showboat in Santa Ana, too. Got a long story there. Rubs. Let's see, John Wiley. She left. Wait, who left? She left. Must have missed something. All right, keep going. Watching from down under, DPK43. Thank you, sir. You do have a couple of your buddies here. John Paul. from the Affleck racing team. So cool to see those guys. Sadly, my last my last communication with him was questioning why he was walking onto the course after we let racers back onto the course, but I was asked to go do a job, and that's what I had to do. Anyway, what kind of airplane? It's just a little hot rod of a 172. Constant speed prop, 180 horse engine, and it will shame Hellcats. I know that sounds strange, 180 horsepower destroying something that can run 160, but there you go. Don't ask how I know that. You can pick me up in your plane any year to assist doing live coverage, you know? I could use the assistance. Here we go. We got a truck on course. Hey, we are running. Let's get rid of this temporary course hold garbage, please. Oh, yay. All right, now I can't see my screen. Come on, guys. There we go. On course now is vehicle... I thought that was 881, not 881. What do I know? Well, it's saying 881. It's an S10 pickup, and I saw on the side of the truck it said Sultanator was the name, so I'm going to assume the entry was Sultanator. Judging by the push truck, they must be out of Oregon. And away they go down course. All right. Finish up this chat real quick. Sounds like Chick. Yep, you got it, Jerry. You got it. That was Chick. Hardest part of 93 highway is going south, homeward. Well, John, for me, the hardest part of the travel is when you get to the south side of Vegas, because I thought I drove like a butthead. The people leaving Vegas are worse than me. They're not just driving aggressive, they're just driving stupid. Oh, that'll be cool, Tommy. Love to see those photos. Yep, thankful for those rest stops, too. And that was a rookie run on car or truck number 881. Went through mile 2 at 135.973. And looks like he turned out at mile 2. Yeah, this year for me was really interesting. I was issued an invoice in one of those small towns. It was a small town, first small town that you hit coming north from Vegas. Starts with a P. I don't remember you don't even remember the name of the town. It's funny because I got jaded with having an idea of where the police usually hang out, and in this case, I remember that generally there weren't any police hanging out anywhere. I ended up getting a speeding ticket at the very edge of town, coming around a bend where 2 of the police officers were hanging out with radar on. I won't divulge what my speeds were, but let's just say it was not very respectable. On course now, 8153. Grabbing for gears, looking for speed, sounding really good. on course now, vehicle 1002. Tekman Yolo, Bert behind the controls, running on a 196 record. That is an XF Gas Lakeshore, another belly tanker. John, you do see Ed there. He is incognito, it looks like. Too. Getting a really good shove off from the push truck following that fuel Lakeshore around. Streamliner. Here we go. It's on gas, baby. Oh. Come on, baby. Come on. Clear out. Ah. And a turnout on 400. Damn. So close. All right, well, turnout for car 400, unfortunately. Turnout to the right, so couldn't quite get it going, unfortunately. On course now, Scandinavian Street Ride, car number 123. Off the push truck it goes, sounding a little fat. That is a Model A Roadster. That is a blown gas Roadster. V4 is the engine class. They're out of Orange, California. That's Eric Ruth behind the controls, and Eric Hansen and Ruth as the owners. Eric is crew chief, and Rick is crew, and Dave is crew. This is again 1929 Ford Roadster, Model A Ford. Class record is 129.410. You know, all that time I was sitting here talking to you guys, I could have gone down and talked to the 400 team, asked them about their car. Instead, I was sitting here flapping my gums with you guys. Anyway, mile 2 speed for 123 is 153.916. 153.916 at the mile 2 mark. Let's see what happens at mile 3. Mile 3, 166.950. That is a record for Eric and crew. Specifically, Ruth is the primary driver. They're going to be happy campers on that one. Take it to impound, guys. Congratulations. wandering all over the course on that one. Vehicle number 1297, trying to find his line, grabbing for gears, looking for speed, pushing that AC gas, classic gas altered. Just pushing it, drove the piss out of it to keep it straight down the course. Class record is 246.060. And let's see, someone was asking a question a second ago. Tommy Shaw, 166 third mile on car 123. Let's go back and look at the run. Car 123. We can go back and look at. All right, car 123, 153.916 on mile 2. On mile 3 was 166.950 for car 123. There you go. And that is a dual overhead cam 4-cylinder. That's correct. That's what I saw when we did the close-up shots. All right, back to live. 1297 on course now. It is Kyle Clark behind the controls through mile 2 at 117.821. Will that land yacht make it to mile 3 and get to the 246 mile an hour record? Yes, John. Keith did get his record he was looking for. Sorting through all the problems he's had for the last few days, that truck sounded amazing on his pass. Jerry, close. The Pinto had a single overhead cam, not a dual. Next up, car 1297 was a turnout after mile 2, running a 117. Up next, gingerly getting to the 8th mile, gas rear modified roadster vehicle 1936 with Bonneville Bonneville Bob 1936 entry with Rocky behind the controls. Class record is 257.610. Being easy on the power heading down course. 1936. Rocky and team come from Chandler, Arizona. You got Rocky as crew chief, Ken as a crew member, Courtney and Chris as crew members. And they're using a 588 cubic inch Chevrolet Big Block. That is a AA engine in the 1927 Ford rear modified roadster. Mile 2 at 172.869. Sounds like they're serious. Can they make up 100 miles an hour? What are they going to do through mile 3? 194.900, 194.900 through the 3rd mile for vehicle 1936. Not quite enough to get where you need. Oh, Jerry. You know, that was a fun incident. I think that was the first week I owned that car and didn't realize the issue. I think we tried, weren't we shooting at it when we were done, thinking that, I think I even jumped it on some of the bushes, wanting to get rid. I was so pissed that the thing leaked fuel all over the place. That even gets more exciting. The exhaust was garbage too. If you would rev it, it would backfire, and the vibration was so intense that it would knock the dust out of the seats every time. It's kind of funny. Yeah, the thing leaked fuel. It had a fuel tank seal around the filler neck that was bad. Hey, what do you expect for $200? Bought it from my neighbor for dirt cheap. He picked it up from a junkyard. On course now, truck number 510. This is a blown fuel modified mini pickup. That's Jack Albright behind the controls. And this is a record certification run. Current record is 158.010. See how he does. Fingers crossed for Jack Albright. And 510 Racing. He is sporting a 6-liter Chevrolet V8. This is a 1995 S10. Crew chief is Lucas, and crew members are Dina, Ashton, Layton, and Carson, excuse me. Mile 2, 151 even at mile 2. See what he does at mile 3 for this qualifying run, or excuse me, for this certifying run. $159.198 on the 3rd mile for vehicle 510. Take it to impound, guys. Congratulations. That's your record for the time being. Oh, we got Ed Umland up front in the near lane. You guys can't quite see him in view, but he is there. Two-stroke engine running ruined the ambiance of being able to hear Ed's run, but there he is on course now. That is a B gas streamliner looking for a 369 class record. Vehicle 89, Eddie's Chop Shop. They ran a tuning pass earlier. I'm assuming this pass is going to be for some actual speed. Waiting on mile 2. Was it a turnout? Should have been at mile 2 by now. And it was a turnout to the right. Well, that's a bummer. 2 gas streamliners not being able to hold it together. Next up, bike number 632 is a 500cc motorcycle. Entry is Kawasaki L'Etape Racing with Laurent behind the controls, or Laurent. 172.350 is the class record. Thomas, nope, I don't believe there'll be any chance of lengthening the course tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be worth the effort. Team McLeish making laps out there all week, pretty much making laps. Not quite that bad, but I think they only brought one. They signed up a few cars, but I think they only brought one. So, yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, we're definitely looking horrible, aren't we, on that? Yeah, let's change that up, guys. That is looking pretty piss poor. Let's fix that immediately. Give me just a minute. course now. Derek McLeish, vehicle number 4. That is a blown fuel competition coupe. Team McLeish Datsun. Derek McLeish running that same smelling fuel that I smelt in the Japanese motorbike. So it must be that brand of fuel we were talking about earlier. Record is 156.620 on McLeish. Alright. That's done. A little bit of house cleaning. And once again, Derek McLeish, class record is 156.620, and he ran a 156.670 mile 2. Record's a record. There you go. I don't know if he owns that one or not, but he might. And he bumped it just a little bit. Not by much, but just a little. All right, another long wheelbase car taking a shot. Looks like Derek was a turnout after he set that record, so that's good. He'll probably be happy nonetheless. Car number 44 is up. This is a blown fuel Lakester running on a record of 306. That is a B engine in that fuel Lakester. That record currently is held by Strasbourg. Wolf and Strasbourg was the entry in 2018. The record was 361.660. Not 306. Can they just shut it down? No? Wonder if making a change on the start line. Bike number 1830, cruising down course, 3000 cc. Push rod fuel. With Drew behind the controls, record of 176.620. Through mile 2 at 154.353, running on a 176 record. Let's see what he does coming out of mile 2 was 154.353. Let's see what he does out of mile 3, 158.620. Ah, 44 is unblown. I wasn't paying attention to what they signed up as. Got a stupid motorhome in the way. God, that's irritating. Get your damn motorhomes off the start line. You're not racing. Okay, I'll stop whining now. Go, looks like timing just caught it, and they're going to adjust accordingly. Ah, there's the French team. There they go with the 50cc bike. The way she goes, this is so cool. Wake me up when September ends, because that's when we'll flip the calendar page. 50cc bike on course now, 6611. That is a partially streamlined bike, if I saw that correctly. These folks are come all the way from France to get their what was that thing? Sola. Oh man, I can't remember the name of that bike now. Oh, I'm so bad. Solo Voltex, something like that. All right, let me go back and look at this. I know what it is. Yeah, it is front-wheel drive. The engine is on the front. Oh, that's right. They had to. You're right. You know what? They had to go to Salt Lake City to pick up a. I think it was a cam bearing or cam bearing retainer or something like that. If I remember correctly, I saw him at the hotel, or not the hotel. Saw him at the Nugget the other morning or the other night. Yeah, Solex. Yep, there you go. That's what I'm looking for. 50cc Solex, French moped. Front engine. Engine basically rests on the front wheel, and it has a tuned pipe too. It has a really cool little tuned pipe. So they put a little bit of effort into it, and they come to us again all the way from France, from what I remember. It was funny. I saw it sitting on the bike rack on the back of their motorhome, I think, one evening. It was just nonchalant with their other pit bikes or their camp bikes, whatever you want to call them. Yep, friction drive on the front tire. Oh, your parents had one. Oh, that's funny. Seems like a type of bike that I guess as a kid it wouldn't matter so much, but as an adult it's probably one of those things that you wouldn't want to let anyone know you were riding. Didn't want let your friends see you riding. Did we make it to mile 2? Wake me up when September ends. They're operating in a record that doesn't exist. Front wheel drive motorcycle? Is there a record? I don't think there's anything in the rule book on that one. That's a good one. What's for dinner, Tim? I was happy with some soul. You know what? That reminds me. Thought I saw a text message come in from Ann. I better check on that. I did. Oh, bad me. That was like an hour ago. Finally, through mile 2 at 29.782. 29.782. I should come up with a new award for the banquets. I'll make it the LSR Live fastest slow time of the meet. How about that? You know, we got the spin pin. You know, we've got. How about the fastest slow time of the meet? Maybe I should make that a thing. I think that'd be cool, just for fun.
The trouble is the banquet has to do with El Mirage and not Bonneville.
Ah, yeah. Good point. Next up, truck number 1919. Aw, we pushed off in 44. That's a bummer. Aw. Yep, DRM Racing. Yeah. Oh, that's sad. There we go. Oh, well, number 44. Number 44's pulled out. That's such a bummer. All right, 1919's on course now. Baker Hollow Endeavors. This is Tom Dollemeyer behind the controls. Class record is 151.720 record. That is a F diesel truck. 134.313 through the through mile number 2. Waiting for mile number 3. And this is, if I remember right, it was a 1.4 liter Cummins diesel or something like that. Let's bring that back up again. Stuffed in an S10, by the way. Oh, so close. 149.037. That might be a certified record if the math checks out, because they ran a pretty fast speed that was above the record earlier. So if it averages out right, they might have a record on that. We'll see. They went through mile 3 at 149.037 for truck number 1919. Well, Speed Demon is looking pretty. They may not have to run the AA motor, which is a bummer for all of us spectators, but it's good for them because they don't have to run the car. Why run the car if you don't need to? Burn all that fuel and all that fun stuff. Do all that work when it's not necessary. There's not enough salt here to do a 500 mile an hour pass, so you've got the top time. If you got the top time, wait patiently. There you go. Joe Daly, I wasn't going to tell that joke because I don't want to piss anyone off. But that's a good joke. That is exactly where I was going without actually going there. On course now. on course now, vehicle 1997. That is a D engine MGT. S&S and PF Racing is the entry. Shane behind the controls. Record is 223.508. That engine definitely sounds a little strange. That was a Corvette, if I saw that correctly. Here we go, another C3 Corvette. D Gas Touring 6501. And he's been given the course is yours. Here we go. This is Half Nuts Racing with James behind the controls running on a 235 class record. Getting a beautiful shove from the push truck. I think he's serious for this record. Get it, baby. I'm going to shut up and let you listen to the engine. And that is James on the course now with Jamie as the crew chief and Ray as crew member. Their sponsors are Trench Tech and Bonafide Customs. See what they do going through mile 2, waiting with bated breath. Mile 2, 168.120. You got a long way to go to get to 235 on that mile. Do you have enough power to do it in that short distance? Let's find out. Mile 3, 187.099. 187.099 through the third mile for vehicle 6501. That's right, C4, you're right. Grrr, I know better than that. All right, the sun's down. I think it's time to spend a little bit of time down on the deck. Shove him, get him. Shoving him all the way down to the 8th mile. Quarter mile, no, 8th mile, excuse me. There we go. Off the push truck and away he goes. Car number 1969. That's an A-gas altered. Midwest Metals is the entry. Fred behind the controls, running on a class record of 251.120. All right, let's transfer to start line camera, rovering camera. On track now, truck number 778. Someone was asking about this earlier. This is Michael Santiago behind the controls. This is a C-engine fuel modified mini pickup running on a 187 class record. That is a 1978 Toyota that you see. And 7.8 went through mile 2 at 136.920.
$10.20. That's a short one. Here's a long one. Okay. Yeah. I don't think we're all good.
All right. This event, you're getting runs a lot of laps. It's experience.
Experience. That's the one that I'm looking for.
Oh yeah.
This is that belly tanker I spoke of before that had the barn find flathead.
Tight?
Check them.
No, I want you to
I went through the whole
me
thing,
tight.
and
Oh, your neck Aries are third.
Yeah.
You Aries motor?
Yes.
put it all together, stuck it in the lakes. Or one of the Omaha meets, I was making up a story about it, saying that he must have ran out of money to run his lake stir, and he put whatever he found in the barn in it. And here it is. Pretty cool.
Soto Hemis. Yeah. One had no crank, 7 rods, 7 pistons, block was good. The other one was all good.
I still have them.
Yeah, those were mine. I sold them to my buddy Don for $500. I don't know what he sold them for, but I was moving. Well, the one that was complete, I took that out of a runner car. Say old school. I'm more worried about this float level.
All right, here we go. Vehicle 958. Pretty cool flathead. And now he's got 2 carburetors on his side. do today? We didn't look at Nick's socks. That's what we didn't do today.
A-Salt.
A-Salt socks.
A-Salt brand, yeah. Chico,
Nice.
the guy's that he's got a motorcycle. And socks.
And socks. Awesome.
Speaking about right when you get to the end of the road. I didn't have the chance to pull my camera out. So
It doesn't matter.
yeah.
I say this over and over. And there's people that are curious. And I love playing this game about photos. Tell me, selfie. You're so what?
Yeah. You know what? It's a tool. You just have to know how to make it work. Some people do really good, some people don't. You know,
There's a guy, Chase Jarvis.
okay.
He threw out a challenge 5-10 years ago. And he said, buy this camera. You guys go and go shoot with that camera, come back, and show me your shots.
Close?
And see if we can come up with those practice, like point and shoot,
Yeah.
film camera you could buy. Don't even know what you're getting.
Yeah. You know what was cool? Years and years and years ago, Kodak gave 100 disposable cameras away to kids all through the country. 100 or 1,000.
Is that what it was?
And they said, take pictures on this day to midnight. 24 hours. All these kids that took photos, and it was called A Day in the Life of. And they've done it in Spain, Germany, whatever. And in the book, there's all these cameras, photos that kids took with disposables. And if you ever get a chance to look at Day in the Life of, you know, like Los Angeles, California, wherever. Great series.
Along that ilk, kind of, sort of, not exactly a different type of book this guy made. He would travel from continent to continent. He would go and interview kids on what their favorite toys were. And he would do this layout thing where the kid would be standing or laying or posing, and then all of that kid's toys around it. And he went to all these America, Africa, everywhere. And you see the difference in favorite toys and what they play with.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, you know, kind of going on the photo thing, film's coming back big.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Sammy's has got a refrigerator.
Yeah.
A wall refrigerator.
Where are you
full of,
located?
Michigan.
Okay, I'm in Anaheim, Dismal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your name?
Tim
Tim.
Johnson.
Okay. Alan Zeus.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I think we felt like we've met before.
We probably have.
Yeah, it's funny. And then you've got Pro Photo Connection.
Yeah.
Is the photo we have.
Yeah. And then there's another Orange County.
OC camera.
Yeah.
OC camera. I just recently traded in my 5D Mark III for R8 right now. Usable, but not really. Yeah, I get comparison that you get glass.
Oh,
National event.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Almirage. Yeah.
We shot that race.
Yeah. Well, you know,
You did a better job than I did, by the way. My sky was.
Hey, Nick.
You got the clouds.
everything we can, not the best.
But I was shooting hot.
There it is.
Can I get ready to go?
It's a prototype concept.
So when you give me the go-ahead,
I didn't shoot this one down the back, but I saw them at Grand National a couple years ago.
yeah,
But Donna, custom cars up in Rancho,
I'm going to wait to start until I do this. Yeah.
Rancho Cordova. The old man's kind of getting up there and stuff. But this was a
What's it like pushing a Chevy, Bill?
What's that?
What's it like pushing a Chevy?
You guys want to help? It's a real treat to push the Chevy, you know? Not everybody gets to push it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm pretty particular.
It's like the B license. So.
We just need to, tell Kenny to pull out. If he's not available, we just keep him on. Because I can't get there. Kennedy is right. You got a score event from Alaska. It's Kennedy going for a B license. You got a motorcycle out of the car that's on the vehicle on board. Straight and narrow, hot and fast. He's busy. We're gonna drag this, so if we could move those cones, that'd be great. Just to set them up. Yeah, just my grab. Just go home. Oh, got me. Well, you still do it like that. We're gonna get the whole thing wide all the way through. Alright, so we gotta push them.
Last two vehicles for day number 3 of Speed Week. 2001 Corvette 2001 on a B licensing run. Shift it, baby, shift it. Come on. Yep, and that is BR Racing Corvette LSR. Mike Fassler behind the controls. 230 mile an hour record, but he is going for his license. Oh, 3 vehicles. All right, so we got one more motorcycle and one more roadster. And we're at the end of the day packing it up. Mile 2, 125.431 for vehicle 2001. Daniel Tompkins is the owner. Michael is the driver. Daniel Tompkins is crew chief. Pat and Karen are crew members. That's a 346 cubic inch LS1 V8. That is in the C class. 2001 Chevrolet NGT through mile 3 at 154.082 for vehicle 2001. Neil McAllister, hey there, bud. Good to see you tuning in. Thank you for the warm compliment there. Hope to see you guys run again this year. Looking forward to it. Jerry, one more vehicle left, and that's in there. You know, do appreciate all you guys tuning in. Bike 7810 is Katana Project with Masa Yabe behind the controls. Record is 200.750. Went through the mile at 141.120. I'm going to give full effort right up to the end, guys. Here we go. Last roadster firing up. Mile 3, 150.600 for bike number 7810. Here we go. Last vehicle on the line. Roadster 4510 XF. Gas modified roadster. Once again, guys, I appreciate all of you tuning in as always. It's great to see everyone enjoying land speed racing. Happy to bring it to you. We got one more half day, Friday, same time as tomorrow, 7:30. And away we go, Cornfield, 45:10, the salty bitch. Mike Wagner behind the controls, 166.350 is the class record. And he's going for a cruise down the salt, short shifting, and the whole bit. Once again, this is the 75th running, 75th anniversary of Bonneville Speedweek, hosted by the Southern California Timing Association and Bonneville Nationals Incorporated. Visit scta-bni.org, scta-bni.org, for more information on how to join clubs, get into racing, buy a rule book, buy merchandise. Check them out. Waiting for the 2 mile on Mike Wagner. And again, tomorrow, we'll catch you tomorrow, hopefully at 7:30. No other storms. I see puffy clouds, but I don't see anything as violent looking as yesterday. Yep, not return runs only, but return runs first in the morning. And then after we finish return runs, it will be anyone else who wants to run at that point. And I believe we're cutting it off at noon. Mile 2, 114.992. 114.992 through mile 2 for Mike Wagner in his gas-modified Roadster. Waiting for mile 3 if there is one. Watched all day, Gerald. Appreciate you guys sticking in. Robert, Jerry, Thomas, everyone. Axel Foley, Jerry, Wiley, we know half you guys left. I'll stop with that. And he only went to mile 2. There we go, guys. That concludes day number 3 of Bonneville Speed Week. We'll catch you in the morning at 7 a.m., barring any weather. I think we're going to be okay. Do a dance. Catch you guys later.